ribut sih? Apalah tuh adek tuh. Jangan gerahi. Ribut kali sih ah.
Dengan senang hati.
Dek.
Akan telah tiba.
Di mana targetku?
Demi kemuliaan. Aku adalah Yin dan tidak akan pernah berubah apapun yang terjadi.
Bagiku, kesenangan adalah segalanya.
Aku lebih dari sekadar senjata.
Kamu seharusnya malu karena tidak mempercayai dirimu sendiri.
Sang naga telah kembali. Ayo, kita berangkat.
adalah sahabat terbaik di dunia. Api siap, maju. Tidak akan pernah padam. Apakah kamu ingin berteman dengan Nana?
Semuanya. Aku suka bau bubuk mesio di pagi hari.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun.
First blood.
Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
The enemy has been slain.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekali. Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati. Hahaha, seluruh bagian
The enemy has slain the
titik
turtle.
lemah.
An ally has been request backup.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Kalian pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hahaha, seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Hahaha, seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Ally has been slain.
Tidak ada yang menakutiku. Kematian sekalipun.
Enemy double kill.
Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Enemy has been slain.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
An ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed.
Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
The enemy has slain the turret.
Tidak akan pernah mati. Iya!
Slain. Enemy has been slain. Request backup. Our turret has been destroyed. Enemy initiate retreat. Enemy unstoppable.
Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Our turret is under attack. Enemy double kill.
Aku harusnya bisa melakukan lebih.
turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup. Our inhibitor
Kalian
turret is
butuh
under
sebuah
attack.
pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Tidak ada
You have slain an enemy. Has been slain. Double kill.
Kalian butuh sebuah
Our turret
pasukan
has been
untuk
destroyed.
menghentikanku. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Tidak ada yang
Your
menakuti
team destroyed a turret.
kematian sekalipun. Lawan tidak akan
The
pernah
enemy has slain the turtle. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret is under
Seluruh
attack.
bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu.
An ally has been slain.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan lawan.
Our turret has been. You have slain an enemy.
Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun.
Killing spree. Our turret is under attack. Has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. You have been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Shut down.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi
Our
membara
inhibitor
di
turret
dalam
is
hati.
under attack.
Lawan tidak akan pernah mati.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy unstoppable.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Have been slain.
Aku harusnya
Enemy has been slain. The enemy has slain Lord. An ally has been slain. Enemy dominated. Enemy double kill. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Destroyed.
tenang seperti sebuah puisi. Lawan tidak akan pernah.
feet.
Aku adalah Yin, dan tidak akan pernah berubah apapun yang terjadi.
Aku lebih dari sekadar senjata.
Hanya cinta dan malam
yang tidak akan pernah habis.
Kali ini, pilihan ada di tanganku.
Dengan senang hati. Apakah kamu ingin berteman dengan Nana? Bagiku, kesenangan adalah segalanya.
Sang naga telah kembali.
Lebih baik ditakuti daripada dicintai jika kamu tidak bisa melakukan keduanya.
Aku melakukan yang ingin kulakukan.
Akai telah tiba.
Bertarung, Gimme!
Demi kemuliaan.
Kau seharusnya malu karena tidak mempercayai dirimu sendiri.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Kita adalah tameng masyarakat. Kemuliaan bagi kerajaan. Seorang pahlawan sejati datang untuk membantu. Di balik kemuliaan, ada darah yang ditumpahkan. Aku tidak akan mundur. Aku memimpin dengan kemuliaan. Karena aku adalah pemimpin dari Light Order. Bersama-sama kita adalah Light Order. Kita akan berjuang sampai mati. Maju, bunyikan trompet
Initiate
kemenangan.
retreat.
Melindungi tanah air kita adalah tugas seorang kesatria. Keyakinan kita menerangi setiap kegelapan.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Peperangan tidak menguntungkan.
Enemy has been slain. The enemy has slain the turtle.
Pria sejati tidak pernah bersembunyi di balik semak-semak. Aku berdiri untuk kerajaan. Hancurkan kegelapan!
Enemy has been slain.
Harapan dapat menjadi beban.
Double kill.
Bahkan kematian tidak dapat menghapus tekad kita.
Request backup. Shut down.
Hancurkan kegelapan! Palu ini adalah warisan paling berharga dari seorang pejuang hebat.
Launch attack.
Meskipun berjalan di atas es, kehangatan hatiku tidak pernah hilang. Palu ini adalah warisan paling berharga dari seorang pejuang hebat. Hancurkan kegelapan!
Have been slain.
Tidak sekarang. Bersama-sama kita adalah Lights Order. Kita akan berjuang sampai
An
mati.
ally has slain the turtle.
Peperangan tidak menguntungkan siapapun. Seorang pahlawan sejati datang untuk membantu.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed.
Seorang kesatria sejati tidak pernah takut mati. Hancurkan kegelapan! Aku berdiri untuk kerajaan. Pria sejati tidak pernah bersembunyi di balik semak-semak.
Turret is under attack.
Melindungi tanah air kita adalah tugas seorang kesatria. Aku tidak akan mundur. Aku memimpin dengan kemuliaan. Karena aku adalah pemimpin dari Light's Order.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Kemenangan dengan pengorbanan besar.
Ally slain the turret.
Kegelapan. Keyakinan kita menerangi setiap kegelapan.
Turret is under attack. Has been slain. Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Meskipun berjalan di atas es, kehangatan hatiku tidak pernah hilang.
Enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Maju, bunyikan trompet kemenangan.
Request backup.
Di balik kemuliaan, ada darah yang ditumpahkan.
Mega kill.
Kita adalah tameng masyarakat.
Unstoppable.
Bahkan kematian tidak dapat menghapus tekad kita. Kemuliaan bagi kerajaan.
Launch attack.
Harapan dapat menjadi beban. Keyakinan kita menerangi setiap kegelapan. Aku tidak akan mundur. Aku memimpin dengan kemuliaan. Karena aku adalah pemimpin. Hancurkan kegelapan!
Monster kill. Has been slain. Killing spree.
Kemenangan dengan pengorbanan besar terlihat kusam dan lemah. Di balik kemuliaan, ada darah yang ditumpahkan. Palu ini adalah warisan paling berharga dari seorang pejuang hebat. Hancurkan kegelapan!
Mega kill.
Melindungi tanah air kita adalah tugas seorang kesatria.
An ally has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret.
Kita adalah tameng masyarakat.
Unstoppable.
Kemuliaan
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Bersama-sama kita adalah Lights Order. Kita akan
inhibitor
berjuang
turret is under
sampai
attack.
mati. Bahkan kematian tidak dapat menghapus tekad kita.
Our turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. Launch attack. Godlike.
Maju, bunyikan trompet kemenangan.
Request backup. Shut down. An ally has slain destroyed a turret.
Meskipun berjalan di atas es, kehangatan hatiku tidak pernah hilang. Harapan dapat
Our turret is under attack.
seorang kesatria sejati tidak pernah takut mati.
You have slain an enemy.
Seorang pahlawan sejati datang untuk membantu. Aku berdiri untuk kerajaan.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Kegelapan. Peperangan tidak menguntungkan siapa.
Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack. Killing spree. Slain. Legendary. Your team destroyed a double kill. Wiped out. Your team destroyed a turret. Victory!
came out on top of that fight. So again, that's a mistake for Chiku here. That's going to set him a little bit behind. Now, I mean, this is a good setting place for Kelra on the Claude. And look at Ryzen, all up in the jungle of Todak.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, bottom side, you can see 4 Maze. He's also trying to defend against his lane, against his Fanny. But the question here is that on the top side, what was really smart of Chaknu was that he was able to stall the backups coming from Toda before Chiku actually got killed off. So they were able to salvage that fight because Chaknu was stopping them and allowed Keldra to actually survive that engagement.
Ryzen's a beast. Ryzen is a beast on this Fanny. It's getting scary, but look at this. Chaknu connects onto Chiku. Chiku is still able to maneuver around that, but I don't know for how much for long. I mean, the backup is definitely there, but look at the catch. The catch coming in from Yumes is going to take Chaknu's life.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play. Unfortunately for Chaknu, right, he didn't have the backup. He was looking for a moment there. I mean, he even committed the Way of the Dragon, but it was just cut off completely by Todak.
So here comes Ryzen here. Look at the engage coming in. But unfortunately, he got obliterated just like that. Chiku, what a dominant force. He was the one getting engaged on, but he's the one who comes out alive.
What a save coming from Yumes. I thought Chiku was done for. He went in with Timer's Rage, blocked the cables, and then Chiku pumped him. That was a sick play coming from Yumes. Who would have thought that was possible?
That was dirty. I mean, that felt bad to just watch, and I mean, that's why you have the Kufra, right? That's exactly why you draft it into the Fanny, because you can make plays like that, and it is allowing Chiku to get back from where he kind of was having a struggle in the early game. So now it's not so bad.
Yep, and at the same time now, Toda, because of the small little victories to actually stop on Fanny, they're able to capitalize a little bit more. Now they're looking to threaten the middle lane instead, and that is going to be a force fight potentially. And look at Yumes.
He needs to be careful here. Yumes is going to be able to connect that onto Chiku, but Chiku once again with that shotgun is just so much damage. Chaknu once again is going to take the brunt of it all. Another kill for Todak here as Omega once again cannot find a proper opening.
This is tough, right? Because again, Chaknu is looking for those moments, just not able to find them because the response coming out from Todak is just too good. And now
Renzio! He has to be careful here, but the deadly spin connects onto 3 members. Oh my god, so much is happening. So much damage will be placed, but it is going to be Omega coming out on top, taking down Momo as the steel cables come into clutch.
That was so risky. Like, you understand the potential that Momo needed to cancel the heavy spin, but everyone from the side of Todak pretty much dropped all their spells to take down the Arkai, and while he's in the Daytona's Welcome, pretty much everyone from the side of Todak just couldn't do anything more from that situation. So that was a little bit of misplaced from Todak, but well done coming from Spawn Omega.
I like this because, yeah, park Kelra, do the lane swap here. He's got that turret, that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, so he can continue to farm up because that's going to be part of the saving grace here for now as we transition to that part of the game where he needs to come out with those blazing duets, pump out a lot of damage, right? And then Etumax continues to scale up. That is going to be big for them. Now you can also see Renzio at this point in the game starting to make plays around the map too. He's not just parked in a side lane doing his thing versus Esmeralda.
I definitely agree, but as of yet, the Lord is going to be up as of now, and Toda, you can see they're trying to make some sort of engagements, and Smart Omega, as of now, they need to push out the lanes first, especially on the top side, and as of now, with Arkai not being one of the most ideal XP laners to do so, so it's going to take a little bit more time before Smart Omega is ready to take this fight. As you can see, Toda, they're opening up the map to try and contest the fight, and Renzio is still so far off. This might be the opportunity for Toda to actually get some sort of mistakes over far, but looks like they're still playing it defensively.
I mean, if you think about it just like last game, right? This is the same moment. Tier 1 turrets in the mid lane pretty much up. Bottom lane's going to be pushed up here. Kelra does have to retreat. This could be a moment, but at the same time, Ryzen just around the corner here. So still, no one can find anything just yet.
Yeah, it does seem like Renzio here is going to be looking for an engage, but unfortunately nothing connects just yet, but I might be wrong. It is going to be E2Max caught in a weird situation. Formace doing all he can. The falling star moon connects onto E2Max. Is E2Max going to fall? The answer is yes. Formace instantly forced to retreat because so much damage has been placed. The steel cables come through. Yumes is caught in a weird situation. Will he be able to do the same thing that he did before? Unfortunately, he'll be the one to get taken down, but Ryzen with so much force,
he's
so
running.
much damage. He's taken out the missile, but fortunately for him, Ryzen comes out alive with just a sliver of health.
Oh my goodness, that was a big clutch coming in from him as well. He just got one level, and because he leveled up, he was able to get a little bit of a HP bar to actually survive that. That was a pretty sick play. We gotta double check the replay later on, but as of now, that is gonna be a free Lord in the hands of Omega, considering how he was struggling to find opportunities from the early stage of the game. This is go time for Smart and Omega, but Toda, they have to respond carefully because that play, especially coming from Chiku down bottom, cost them that engagement because he was so low trying to kill off Kara on his own.
Yeah, and then that was also because of that whole situation, right? Able to pick up the Malefic Roar here for Ryzen. So now he can actually start to do a little more damage to these kind of tankier heroes that are on the side of Todak. Also damage dealt. You can see Forme's doing, you know, typical Esmeralda things here, but Etumax starting to scale very well. 11 minutes in the game, almost 12, and that's just going to continue on here, which will also force Todak to make sure they have enough magic resistance to really deal with those bad impacts.
Yep, and
it's unfortunate, right? Because I really would have preferred him with a more dynamic type of hero, like someone with more AoE CC, but unfortunately, it's going to be the single target here. Momo is going to look for that totem as welcome, but unfortunately, it does not amount to much yet. But look at that, the Yin Yang Overturn actually connects. Moon forced a retreat as of right now as Kelra goes into the backside with that Blazing Duet. Does a little bit of damage, but unfortunately will not be able to take down anyone, but Ryzen is going to be the brunt of it all.
Yep, this is huge for Toda. They are able to stall this aggression, but looks like they are going to try and force a fight as well coming from Toda. But as of now, they're able to slow down this push coming from Omega. They wanted to capitalize this a little bit more, especially with the Lord pushing down bottom. With this Langa strategy from Toda, they were able to cut off the momentum that Smart Omega needed to get a little bit more. So this is a pretty good defense coming from Toda so far.
Random question, because now I've heard it a couple times. What is Lungar?
I was just about to ask.
just going to ask that because not everyone knows Lungar
What is
strategy.
Well, basically it's their signature playstyle, which is just knocking you where they just crash into you when you least expect it. It's kind of like an accident, a car accident, just crash into you. Yeah,
that's what it means.
Yeah.
Wow, with the
like
Roldar. Lungar.
Langar.
Yeah.
Nice who can't do it.
I can't roll my R's. But either way, I mean, that is the strategy just working for them.
Oh, but the Blazing Duet here comes through. Formaze is forced to retreat right now, but look at that gimmick coming in from him. It's so insane. Bomo here forced to retreat as of right now, but it does seem like that the Tennis Welcome will connect. But look at that. The claws come in, gets Moon off the board as Chakno will be the next one to fall as well. It is going to be an E2 Max Formaze situation. E2 Max forced to flee, but the steel cables come through with the support, and let's see what they can do with this.
Yeah, this is just so tanky of Toda as of yet, considering that they're just behind so much space. And as of now, the biggest threat from the side of Toda is pretty much Chiku. If he gets taken down, most of the damage potential coming from Toda to actually make a comeback is pretty much taken out of the equation. You can see Raisin, he's been positioning himself to try and stay away from Yums as much as he can while making sure where Chiku is so he can take him out of the fight before the fight actually begins.
I gotta say, man, Todak doing an amazing job here at really making this hard for Ryzen, because that's the thing. Like I said, he's got to continuously work around that obstacle that is Yums, right? He is literally trying to get around here.
Oh, it does seem like it is going to be connecting onto Renzio, but luckily onto Renzio. E2 Max here caught in a weird situation. Moon is going to go down with steel cables coming through as well as a Blazing Duet. 100% always on point, giving all that damage and eventually taking another kill. 3-0-4 stat onto Kelra for now. But now, Formaze here, he is trying to open up the map. He does absorb a little bit of damage, but luckily he is still sustainable to be able to maneuver around that one.
Oh, you hate to see it. Moon, he tried to pull a Sayla yesterday as well, where, as you can see, the positioning as of yet, based on the minimap, you can see Chiku is all by himself. He got a solo kill, and that's exactly what they need. That was huge on the minimap. He was just up way, and Omega, they just didn't expect this at all.
Yeah, 100%. Crazy play coming in from Chiku. He was in the right moment at the right place, but look at that Blazing Duet come through. Yums is going to be absorbing so much damage, forced to use that Tire Surprise just to get out. The heavy spin comes through. Renzio goes in into the back line. Formaze going very aggressively onto Kelra. Kelra is still able to escape for now, but E2 Max will not, and he will be the next first one to fall into what Todak has brought to them.
Oh my goodness, Smart Omega, they were caught in this confusion. Everyone was just distracted. You could see Smart Omega, they sent up Renzi to chase on the Chiku. He dived so hard that the rest of the teammates were just caught in another small mini fight up on screen. And because of that, Chiku was able to capitalize on the situation and come up on top.
Oh my god, Chuck, no! Oh my god, the damage, the snipes coming in from Chiku is just too much. Formase is going to get another target on the board as Ryzen is in trouble right now. Look at the damage. The Yin Yang Overturn unfortunately does not connect, and Ryzen will be able to get out of there alive.
Okay, I don't know if this is still, you know, the typical play style for Todak. Lungar was a Lungar, but dude, they are dissecting Smart Omega here, and it all started literally a couple minutes ago, right? When Chuku waited patiently in the bush for Ryzen, caused pandemonium chaos, and they just followed up on that.
Yep, it's classic Todak. They hit you when you least expect it, and that is the beauty of Todak's strategy. They hit you when you thought you're safe, but when you think you're not, they're not going to do whatever you think they do. They're just always unpredictable, and that's the beauty of Todak when they hit you. But as of now, you can see the Lord is going to be pushing from the top side. Meanwhile, we did see Ryzen trying to cut off the creep wave up top, and the fight is about to happen as of yet.
E2max has to be careful here. He needs to be very center into his positioning because Yumes is already charging here, looking for an engage, but the Falling Star Moon goes into the back line very aggressively. This might be a mistake. He might be taken down early. You can see the heavy spin here, trying to zone the members out of Todak, and it is going to be Todak here forced to disengage.
Disciplined decision there coming out from Todak. They're happy with cracking open the base of Smart Omega. They go back, reset a little bit, and push in with the minions.
Yeah, based on the items right now, they're pretty strong. Look at this, Chiku, he's got all the items necessary to fight his fight, but the fight is going to be happening up on screen. Yume's going to be engaged, but he's getting shanked down very, very low, and they have to back out.
I mean, once again, it is going to be Oh my god, I might be wrong here. Kelra actually goes in very aggressively with that Blazing Duet. Unfortunately, will not be able to take anyone just yet. E2max is trying to follow up on the damage, trying to seal the deal onto any members, looking for just one number advantage. But unfortunately, it just won't happen for now. Todak playing the discipline game once again, looking for another engage perhaps. But look at this. Chiku here very sneaky into the push. Is he going to be able to land it on E2max?
Oh
Kelra,
no, he's
just
waiting.
But the beautiful read coming in from Kelra as that snipe goes through onto him will take half of his health.
Oh my goodness, cheeky little Chiku. My goodness, that was very, very close. But at the same time, Smart Omega, they've learned their lesson.
Yeah.
Hit him once, all right. Hit him twice, you know what? Third time, you gotta learn from this, guys. You gotta learn from this. They're smart, okay? They're smart. So hopefully things are gonna be better. But as of now, Todak, they seem to be having full control of the current situation 18 minutes into the game.
18 minutes in the game, still tier 1 turret up in mid lane. That is some good defense and just control around the map coming out from Todak right now. Also the 5k gold lead that they have. And that's why we're seeing this. But Chaknu.
Yeah, it is going to be him, going to be on the engage here. Yum's going to be the first one to fall as now Omega with a number advantage just in time before that next Lord spawns.
Oh. Formase, as of yet, he's going to be playing Chiku's role a little bit back as well. He's going to try and isolate the fight, and Kelra is going to be in a little bit of trouble as they try to zone him out, but I don't think they'll do too much in this situation because the bigger picture is online, and that is going to be the next enhanced Lord up on the screen. As you can see, Todak, they're shifting their focus there to make sure they can capitalize a little bit more. Meanwhile, on the minimap as well, you can see Ryzen is actually going to cut the creep waves with his Fanny to try and scare off Todak in this next couple of fights.
I mean, right now, no one wants to really commit to the Lord, even when you're down, right? With Yumes not being there, Smart Omega knows that they still can't really contest this. They have to watch out. Look what Formase is doing alone.
Yeah, this might be a mistake here. I mean, 5v1 situation, I get that he's tanky, but all these resources have actually been baited on him. I don't know if this is actually a good trade. I mean, what, 5 ultimates taken down just for one member? But now it is going to be Todak here with the proper engage onto that Lord, and Todak comes out on top in this particular situation.
This is exactly what I mean. You expect the unexpected. It was an intentional bait to make sure that they secured the Lord. And the best part about it, they killed it in a timing where the Lord is going to be coming out 30 seconds later, sorry, now as of yet. And by the time Formase comes in, they are going to be re-engaged this. And look at this, there's a big minion wave up top, especially from Omega, means the Lord is going to be able to sync up perfectly into the next phase where Formase is going to be able to regroup as of yet. But before that, they have to hold it properly because Omega, they need to find another opportunity opportunity and try and shut down potentially either Moon or Chiku before the fight actually begins.
Right now, they're down 4 Maze, right? But they still have a lot of setup potential here. Ryzen trying to do his best just to clear some lanes out. Ooh, this could be bad.
Yeah, this could be bad as the Titanos welcome will connect onto Ryzen. He's taking a little bit of more damage, but luckily he does still have this Immortal.
Where's
It
it
does
gonna go?
seem like Formace is looking for him though. Will he be able to recall on time? I think the answer is yes. They are not going to be able to spot him just yet, and they are still 5-man strong.
Well, seems like the Lord will be defended just like that. And a little bit of mistakes coming in from Todak, but all is well because of the enhanced minions are still keeping in. Chiku is going to be in the vicinity to try and force the fight, but Todak, this is very risky as of yet, but can they actually do something about this?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the question here. It all comes back down to how Todak wants to initiate this. They do have a great wombo combo that can happen with Yumes, and of course that follow-up damage coming in from that Yin Yang overturn. But let's see. I mean, Formace here already looking for something. We can see and sense that he's looking for an opening, a proper opening, but the way that they are able to kind of like maneuver around it to position themselves, it's giving Todak a pretty big hard time.
I mean, if you think about it, right, Smart Omega has great clearing speed here, especially with having that Sicilian starting to scale up very well 21 minutes in the game. So if it's any team to defend here, Smart Omega should be able to pull this off. So it's going to come from Todak to actually decide, hey, we're going to initiate right now, and we'll see if that happens.
Yep. And
Claws connects onto Momo here. Momo receiving a lot of damage. Oh, but Yumes here goes in very aggressively onto the backside, but the Deadly Spin will be able to deny that opportunity. He gets caught on the wall, though, and Yumes is and definitely is going to be the one to fall. We can see that the Immortal gets popped off. He goes down next. Chiku is caught in a weird situation, and Chiku is going to fall. 3 members taken down from the side of Todak. Will it be more? Formace buying a lot of time trying to disengage, but Chaknu might just not let that happen. Maybe the next answer is going to be Momo, as he is the 4th one to fall into the hands of Omega.
oh, big mistakes has been made from the side of Todak, and it's not over yet. Formace is trying to stall for time. He needs to get out of this sticky situation, and he's not going to do so. And that's going to be another one coming in from Smart Omega. And just like that, they turn the tide. They punish Todak's over-aggression, and this is prime time for them to close out the game. 30 seconds on the sidelines for Momo, 20 seconds for Chiku, 10 seconds for Moon. I don't think they can defend this. This is going to be a difficult one, as Omega is going to be closing out the game. And just like that, they take game number 2 against Todak. What a turn of events. What a comeback.
We have a 3rd game in the series. We've got a series on our hands as, wow, the comeback was definitely real. I'm quite surprised with how that all panned out.
Comeback Kings,
Comeback
right?
Kings.
I said it. They had great clearing speed. They have the perfect lineup for a just, turtle up in our base and just wait for that moment. And it was actually the mistake of Todak there to go in. They were a little out of position there, and that is going to be what happens, right? The Kings of the Sea strike back.
Yep, I definitely agree. That is a pretty close match as well coming from both these teams, and I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is going to go. But of course, that was a very nice try coming from Todak, especially playing from home ground. But Smart Omega, they've got to be holding on to this chair because that was a pretty close call.
That was a nail biter. I mean, again, this is the advantage. Even just if you think about it, the Sicilian pick, right? I'm sure the analysts will break this down, but at that point, it was, I believe, 22 minutes. He had to have insane stacks. You could see just one bat impact was just kind of deleting half the health bars of Todak, and what a turnaround.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It was a very difficult match, but eventually Smart Omega was able to come on top because of those stacks. And Eterna, I feel like this is a very close match. Who do you think is going to be going into his game number 3? How is he going to go?
I can't say. I mean, at this stage, both Omega as well as Todak have been so unpredictable, but let's take a cast into the analysts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-analysis with me, Getting Cute, and as well as Leo. Oh, this game, I don't even know what to say about it. It is just rally after rally, but Omega this time clutched it out right at the end.
So many moments that defined this comeback by the Kings of Sea, but at any moment, Chiku, Yumes, Moon took a break for this game. He did too much game number 1 that his Kagura in game number 2, not so much, but most of Todak really could have turned around any moment, specifically for Maze.
Absolutely. He was holding such a big grudge against E2 Max specifically, making sure that he was minimized in terms of his damage and how much space that he actually gets to hold. But, oh, for now, we can all take a breather. Let's go check out the item builds here, because I think this is going to be really important. Kelra specifically finding huge openings.
Yep, looking at this, what was it? It hit the 20-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken. We went all the way, and so far, it was all about finding these angles. And speaking of angles, Kelra just played the Claude out of his mind. There was one moment, I think it was in the highlights, where he used BMI's vision.
Yeah.
And the kit on a lot of the heroes on the side of Omega were just played to its maximum potential. Chaknu, 0, 4, and 8, I felt like he didn't even need to ult to do most of what he was trying to do.
Absolutely. I mean, the moment was really awkward, especially for players like Renzio, for an example, right? His Akai, time and time again, he's looking for these big picks. Oh, Formace, he just purifies out of it. Kagura makes it out of it every single time. But then they start understanding that the cornerstone of this entire composition built by Todak is so reliant on this Kufra. So it's just waiting patiently for that mistake.
Yep, usually you would not want to put in so much into taking out a roamer. But in this case, if it's Yumes and if it's Yumes playing this way, you don't mind, right? Looking at the numbers that game number 2 brought us, you can clearly see that it's still split. It's still split. Look at how much gold Chiku was farming, and look at how much Formaze took. But actually, you know what? I think Formaze actually dealt quite a bit himself. He was the Esmeralda in this game.
Absolutely. They were all dealing some significant damage, and you can understand why Formaze was specifically targeting E2 Max, because he knows he scales, and he knows he can really hurt the backline of his team. And E2 Max, you can see by his damage, 117,000. The damage dealt was so even.
Yep, he recovered very well from the difficult game he played on the Julian. This time into the Sicilian, which based on the long history that I have with this player, I've known him for quite a while, it fits more this way. It's so hard to be a captain. He is known as the captain of the barangay when you're the Julian. But with the Sicilian, it makes more sense. Now we're going to be awarding our MVP.
Absolutely. Coming in from Omega, it is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Kelra himself. Honestly, you got to give him so many props, because as a regular claw player, most people are looking for that backline, that instant one-shot, looking to make that impact as soon as possible. Kelra, he's extremely patient with the way that he plays, and it really benefited him this time around, because again, a lot of cheese plays and smart tactics coming out of Todak were avoided because of his great game sense.
Yep, this is the returning Grand Finals MVP, the MSC champion from last year. And one thing to note, he did pick up the Blade of the Heptases. No, I'm sorry, that is the
Winds of Nature.
The Wind of Nature and the anti-heal. The fully built anti-heal. The item name escapes me at the moment, but it's very key given how their operation here, their number one plan is to take out Yumes. Take out the Kufra.
With that being said, if in case you guys didn't get to see it, let's check out the highlights one more time for this particular game. It's absolutely ridiculous with our match MVP, because Kelra finds the first initial kill onto Chiku, but that doesn't stop Chiku from coming back into his game. With the rest of his team, and especially with Formace creating that space, they open up so many options.
Yep, this is a moment, 10 minutes in, about halfway through the game. Gotta love how Ryzen played as well. I have to note, it was this moment, there it is! There's no way he was gonna survive, but indeed he did. He did it one more time to buy Omega another life. I believe it was after this one, wherein he came around the corner and just kited all 4 members of Todak.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big mistake that was coming in from Todak. They went a little too over-eager in this moment, and once the cornerstone, Yumes, on that Kufra was out of the way, it opened up so many options for Kelra as Renzio pushes aside the bouncing ball and allows Kelra to go for the home run.
Omega may have had the plan B. Omega may have had the late game. That's what 20 minutes is in our esport, right? 20 minutes is late game. They may have had that in the cards, and they may have said, if it comes down to it, Renzio, just pick the Akai.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Honestly, I really wasn't expecting someone like Renzio to actually pick up something like Akai in the first place, right? I was expecting, the typical Uranus matchup. I was thinking arguably even a Dyroth matchup.
At times.
a Thamus as well. That would have been insane. I got the item name, Sea Halberd.
Sea Halberd!
That took me so much longer than it should have.
I almost opened my phone just to open ML, but here's the thing, right? People barely build Sea Halberd.
Yeah, most of the time they will go for different options, but I think in this situation, very useful, especially when you're up against Chiku, who did decide to go for the Haas's Claws. So, a breather if we must before the third game. Guys, quick shout out to everybody who's watching currently on the EGG network, Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel that you can check out MSC anytime, anywhere. Don't forget that you can follow their social media on top of actually going straight to the channel at 800, channel 800 at your home. So do check them out on all their social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. They got absolutely everything. But not only that, have you been a big fan of the Transform series?
Yes, I am.
Perfect, because the skins are here today. If you've been missing out on Mobile Legends and haven't heard on the event, how about you jump back into the game and check out the Transformers skin line now available. And guys, you can be performing your draw since July the 7th. So if you missed out a couple of days, don't worry, there's plenty of time to catch up.
Yo, I did it like a couple of days ago. I
What'd you
loaded
get?
up, there's a current event happening. I got Soundwave and Ravage, bro. The only one
I'm
I
so
needed.
sad.
I'm actually just missing Starscream. I need Starscream.
I only got Ravage. I didn't get the two that I actually wanted.
That is?
Starscream, and I'm still looking to go back to get Megatron.
Granger. Tank Granger.
Tank
Okay.
Ranger, that's the one I'm looking. It frustrates me to the core, but still, you guys have a chance, so go online and do it straight away. Leo, I need your thoughts on game number 3.
Game number 3 is coming up after this break. It's a die roll, bro. Any of these two teams can do it, can take it.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies.
Welcome back to MSC 2022, and we are here at the decider match for who advances and who drops down towards the lower bracket of Toda as well as Smart Omega. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me on the desk is going to be Eternal on my right as well as Naisu on my left as we take you to the amazing journey here in the playoffs. And so far, it has been insane game so far. The battle for the sea. Who is going to come on top? The Kings of the Sea, or will the Swordfish spearhead their way in towards the next phase of the upper brackets? Naisu, what are your thoughts on this?
What a poetic matchup we have, right? The Kings of the Sea versus the Swordfish here. And I gotta say, man, both, this can go either way. I heard them talk about it on the analyst panel, and honestly, both teams have very similar kind of transitions in their gameplay and how they take a game. But at the same time, I think it's 50-50 so far, and, you know, I don't know what to expect for game number 3.
Well, Eternal, I know I asked you before the break as well. It's going to be tough, right? Seeing how game 2 went, it could have been a 50-50. What do you think? Do you think Toda's got it? Do you still stick by your predictions? Or is it going to be Smart Omega this time? Have you flipped your vote yet?
Oh man, that's a tough decision. It really all comes back down to who makes less of a mistake, right? Because in that particular game, we saw a lot of moments where Omega made some mistakes and then Todak were able to capitalize on it. But the same thing can be said about Todak. So the thing is, I just like to see more discipline maybe coming in from both teams, and whoever is able to create that type of momentum first usually comes out on top.
Well, I definitely agree, and seems like the drafts and adaptation has been made so far. Smart Omega being a little bit wary of what Chiku has been doing, and it's same to be said for game 1 as well as game number 2. Chiku's annoying sudden disappearance has caught them off guard not once but multiple times now.
Yep.
They've managed to adapt in game number 2, and hopefully they are going to be able to adapt to it in game number 3. But this time, Yums' hero pool has been stuck. Game number 1, he played really well. Game number 2, his Kufa was really on point as well. But eventually, it didn't even matter because it all came down to a little bit of a miscommunication that cost them that fight.
I'm actually still surprised the kind of performance that Smart Omega was able to pull off, because you know, when you have a Fanny versus that Kufa, it's really not favorable, right? And we saw that. We saw the struggle through there. So again, I think Smart Omega, they can, what I would like to see them do is not give up the Beatrix, right? Not give it to Chiku, because that, like you mentioned, a lot of those instances where Chiku was waiting patiently in a bush to just kind of pop off at any moment, those could have been moments where really it led to their downfall. But again, Omega timers kicked in, the comeback kings kicked in, and that's kind of just what happened through the game. So Todak, on the other hand, what can they do there? Maybe not give, you know, a Sicilian mage, a scaling mage like that away in the hands of Etu Max.
I definitely agree, but this time first pick is going to be up on side of Todak, this time with Ling, Fanny, as well as Arkai respected in the regards, whereas Omega, they are going to ban off the Valentine as well as 1-1. Next up, the Xavier is still up for grabs. Is Omega going to let it slide? This time, they do not ban Moon Xavier, but instead respect Chiku's marksman. 2 games in a row, his Beatrix has been a big annoyance in their compositions, but this time, they are not going to pick it. However, Todak, they switched it up. It's not going to be the Xavier, but instead the Eve.
Yeah, so the Eve has been picked up for the side of Todak, and I just like to highlight this. I think coming into this drafting phase, I would have expected Omega to play to their normal ways, right? They always love to focus on their own draft rather than limiting the enemy power picks. And with this change in kind of dynamic with the way that they're drafting, I do think that this is a great way to adapt to the Todak's playstyle. But on the flip side, oh, this is interesting, as Claude is actually going to be the first pick. Now the question is this a too expensive pick onto Claude?
I think it's a comfort pick coming from Smart Omega. We've seen game number 1 where Todak actually respected his Claude and actually force banned it. But game number 2 is pretty much let off, and he was picked up first phase in the first 3 rotations. Likewise, this time, they want to secure it. They don't want to give any sort of opportunities coming from Todak and just take it up for themselves. So this is definitely a comfort pick. But Smart Omega, they're going to be going back on that Julian pickup instead. This time, they might actually switch it up, maybe even the XP lane, like we said earlier on as well, instead of the mid-roll mage.
I'm wondering too, yeah, what they decide to do with the Julian. It's such a flex pick at this point, we can't really say, but let's just say it does end up in the mid lane, right, versus Eve. I think it could work out, but you just pretty much have to farm out, and then at the same time, let's say the real world manipulation is set up, you have the tools to actually just go ahead and handle that with these 2 heroes right away. So Todak needs to go ahead and just draft something to protect that a little bit. They grab the Franco, a high priority pick. You can see the 80% win rate that, on this Franco here, also complementing it with the Masha.
I'm looking forward to see how this Franco is going to be played coming from the side of Todak, considering that Franco was the one that actually stopped Team Omega, but at the same time, the response, the Atlas pick up for the Wombo combo. Ooh, this is going to be a very, very difficult situation. The amount of CCs coming from the Atlas as well as the Julian to chain up to actually catch Todak off guard. What are your thoughts on this, Turna?
I mean, we can say that now Omega, they're really playing for those team fights. So maybe if we don't want to fight fire with fire, I do understand that they already picked up that Eve. They can use it in a way to be able to do those pick-off type of strategies from the side of Todak, especially understanding they do have a lot of potential with the Franco pick coming through as well. But now we're going into the second phase here of the drafting. So the Barretts is going to be the choice of ban coming in from Omega, taking it away from Todak. But as a result of that Atlas pick, a really strong EXP laner like that Esmeralda has been left open and open to ban away.
This is really interesting when it comes to the banning phase, right? Usually Todak is the type of team where they actually put other teams in a spot where, hey, we are going to ban off all your comfort heroes, play something else. But it's really surprising that Omega has taken up that direction on towards Todak. They ban off the Beatrix, they ban off the Raz, they force them to play something that they're not comfortable, but at the same time, I feel like Todak, they kind of expected this. Right, if you think about it, first pick, they picked up the Eve. This is something that we did not see in game 1 as well as game number 2. So this is something that I feel like Todak has already preemptively predicted what Smart Omega has done.
So they want to play around the Eve, right? And I think that's the best case scenario, but still, I gotta say, Smart Omega, even with just 3 picks here, they have so many tools to just handle that, because as soon as you do lose your real world manipulation, it's tough to see how much value Eve can provide. And now you're going to lock in Uranus, right? So they're quite tanky here. They have quite a bit of sustain too, and they have the setup potential.
Oh my goodness, Smart Omega. They're just putting full throttle right here. They're just taking away all of Todak's previous heroes from game 1 to game 2. Make sure that, hey, we're forcing everyone from your roster to play something new. Can you play something else? And I feel like this is actually smart coming from Smart Omega, but I feel like Todak, they can live up to this expectation. I like the Atlas adaptation from their lesson against RRQ when they faced off the Franco, but this time, I think the Atlas isn't too bad to actually deal with the Franco hook, because eventually you can still kind of set up for the team if they get out of hand. But seems like the Baxia as well as the Popo and Kuba has been secured from the side of Todak. Completely different hero sets coming in from this matchup.
Yeah, but like, don't forget that Todak at the moment has the highest unique heroes picked. So I do understand you want to put them into a position where they might be not be comfortable, but I do think this is a challenge that Todak wants to go in head first, understanding that the Baxia as well as that Popple and Koopa have been picked up. So face value, Todak once again with really good type of pick-off strats with that 1v1 situation, but now Omega has actually picked up that Karina, so Karina is going to be placed into that jungle position, and so is that Baxia. Now, how do these two fare against one another?
Karina Baksha, I feel like it's you know, it's at that point it's so focused on objectives, right? And again, you're having the jungle emblems, you're having those demon slayers, just trying to grab as many objectives as you can. Baksha now, one of the great things he does have is just the mobility in his favor, where he can just kind of roll around the map, find something, find a moment for himself or his team. And Karina, yeah, she can go ahead and immune a ton of damage, but at the same time, they do have plenty of CC available.
Yep, I definitely agree, but as of yet, the straps has been set as of now, and that is going to be the adaptations coming in. It's all about executions. It's all about objectives. Hopefully, Smart Omega is going to be able to snowball with this Karina, because this is going to be a pretty crazy match. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading towards a decided match of who advances and who goes down. This is going to be Todak versus Smart Omega, game number 3.
Man, it starts, like I said, in the jungle. I'm always admiring these Transformer skins, by the way, because I heard them announce it on the analyst desk, and now we get to see it in action. So now, starting on the jungle, I'm expecting typical things. The one advantage to early game that Todak really has, anytime you have the Franco, that threat potential is so big, especially early game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is going to be a really tough one here. But as of now, Smart Omega looks like they are going to try and force something here, but it's only level 1. I'm a little bit surprised that they are trying to do this, considering that they don't exactly have a power spike. But at the same time, if E2 Max gets a kill right here, right now, and hits his level 3, he's going to be a big problem for Todak.
Right now, man, I mean, standard things is what we're going to see here, right? Chiku versus Kelra. These two, when it comes down to these two gold laners, honestly, it's just a skill matchup at that point, because we talked about the hero matchups themselves, and usually it goes against what we say. So I feel like that's going to be in its own right, and also it'll really rely on what Chaknu and Yumes can pull off for their gold lanes.
I feel like as of now, it feels like Todak, they won't be going for the usual Langa strategy. They're going to rely more on Yumes' perspective rather than having Chiku making out his plays. We are expecting a little bit of engagement coming from Formies, especially on the bottom side. But what can Masha do except for mirror Uranus? Because he's not going to be able to come online until maybe what? Level 8, level 9, probably 2 or 3 items. And even then, his sole objective is going to be making sure that Kelra as well as E2 Max doesn't have a good laning phase. And that is still very difficult to do so, especially up against a Uranus who's right in your face and constantly having the sustains to actually overcome these fights.
I mean, I don't really know what happened there in that mid side, but it was actually able to force E2 Max to retreat, and now Chakno, only the man down in that particular area, is going to be chunked to quite low, and that's kind of sus, understanding that they are going to be trying to contest for this next objective. I mean, we can already see here Renzio trying to zone out Momo away, but Momo steals that turtle. This is a huge moment, but the Fatal Links connect and the real world manipulation goes into clutch here, and it is going to be one member taken down from both sides, traded back straight away, and Moon is caught in a weird situation. He is receiving a lot of damage, learning that Renzio here is very aggressive on that lane.
Yeah, they managed to punish the jungler, but at the same time, it's just so costly. And look at this, Yumes, he's doing a fantastic job with the hooks, but the problem here remains. They can't exactly force 5v5 fights. The Fatal Links can be very detrimental from the side of Todak's composition because of how the wombo combo comes in. Even though you go in it as well, so what? What can you do? We've got so much CCs coming from Omega, and there's nothing Todak can do until probably, what, mid to late stage game, which is pretty much 8 minutes into the game.
This is tough because anytime you have an Atlas across from you, you know, they only have the one Purify, right? So anyone that happens to be caught in that Chaknu Fatal Links, it's going to be fatal, right? Pun intended. And that's how it's going to be playing out. We saw it in that first turtle fight. And nothing, I mean, these guys don't even have items yet. You saw the damage potential already. So again, Todak has to be wary about those setups coming out from Chaknu alone. Meanwhile, you still have to make sure that Chiku is able to get where he needs to be on this Popple and Koopa.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here onto Formaze, but Formaze is going to go down with so much pressure coming in from Ryzen as well as Renzio. They have put a lot of emphasis, and luckily enough, Ryzen gets out of their life, but you know who doesn't? Chaknu.
Yep, that is huge coming from Dota. But at the same time, Smart and Omega definitely came up on top with that fight as well, considering that they need to actually put up to the medal. They need to keep up with this aggression. And Dota looks like they are going to try and pummel through with Chico, allowing him to get his gold plating. E2 Max will be in a little bit of trouble as well to force the issue, but here comes the Fatal Link combo.
Uh-oh, 3 men down here. The real world manipulation gets popped off as well as E2 Max goes in very aggressively into that backside. Chico here running for his life. Unfortunately enough, it won't be a kill onto Ryzen, but the kill is going to be placed onto E2 Max instead as Kelra goes in crazy there with that ultimate, and he will be able to take one member down, but is that going to be worth it? Because 2 versus 1, one usually goes down, but another trade is happening on the board. Ryzen here, is he able to make out of it alive? But unfortunately, the answer is no once again, and trades after trades all across the board.
Oh my goodness, beautiful execution coming from Yus. He's paid for his life to buy time for his team, and his team was able to adapt. However, Momo in a very difficult spot, but with the help of Moon, everyone from side of Smart Omega is gonna back up. But look at this Formaze. He wants a little bit more. I don't think he can get this kill, but he is trying to be as annoying as they can. But his HP bar is not necessarily good enough to sustain this. He might be in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't even have sprint right now, but all in all, is not that bad yet. But on the bottom side, while the distraction was on his way, they get a pick off onto his Kelra 2 times in a row. Todak, they bounce back.
What is going on? In literally 2 minutes, just kill after kill, both sides. This is just, again, going back to the term, it's scrappy as heck, and that's what's happening for both of them. Now, this big objective coming up here, the turtle, I'm not sure even who can actually secure this one. It's actually going to be Momo.
Yeah, those Fatal Links actually connect here as the real world manipulation got popped off at the right time. But look at this, E2 Max, no! He goes down once again. Todak here in the upper hand will be able to get another objective on the board, as once again, it is going to be Formaze and Renzio in a unlimited stalemate.
Yep, look, as of now, based on the emblems as well, we do see nothing out of the ordinary yet, but looks like the fight is about to break down. You to get the cash onto his Chakno. He couldn't even do anything. No Fatal Links for you, and that's going to transition into a tier 2 for Toda. And just like that, they're getting objectives after objectives. We've talked about the wombo combo coming from Omega, and it's not working out. But Kelra, oh, the hook! The hook! Barely an inch. Imagine if that hits. Smart Omega's momentum is going to get completely shoved away.
I don't know if, I mean, that's confidence to just recall right there, especially when a Franco's on the map, so he gets back. But at the same time, right, look at the small gold lead that Todak has gone ahead and built for themselves. They're going to continue to work around that, and right now you can see even the damage dealt department, Moon is doing a great job here at even handling all the tools that Smart Omega can throw at him to cancel out that real manipulation. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it might not be enough, as it is going to be Yums here looking for an engage, but luckily there's so much support coming in from the side of Omega, but the Fatal Links connects, and Chakno will be able to get 3 members. Where is the support though? As Ryzen here is now in a weird situation. Chakno goes down, Renzio 4 versus 1. He's running away for his life. He doesn't want to get taken down, especially before this next objective.
Oh, this is so smart coming from Toda. They know that the combos coming from Omega is going to be relying on Changnu's Fatal Links in towards E2 Max enhanced chains. But at the same time, because E2 Max used his skill a little bit too early and forced to disengage from the get-go, they're not afraid of the Fatal Links at all. And this is huge for Toda because they finally found the small weakness in the defense and the combos of the drafts coming from Omega. And because of that, they're pummeling the way through, trying to scale a little bit more. And look at this, with the power of Popo, they're just taking towers after towers, getting so much economy and value out of all these engagements.
That's huge because look at it. It's 5 turrets in favor of Todak. Smart Omega has 0. They have no space. They have no objectives. They're being completely choked out right now. And it's forcing them to actually just stay together because at any moment, you either get iron hooked by Yums, Momo finds you, Formaze is running around all over the place, and Moon is just unstoppable right now on this eve.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is a very difficult situation for Smart Omega. They need to find a way to deal with all this beefy composition. Early on, they didn't exactly have it, but now Momo is in a position where he's just so very tanky. Chico is as well left completely uncontested, and having a 1-up against Kelra is putting in in a spot where he's got so much confidence to actually re-engage in all these fights. And Smart Omega, however, they need to find a way to closen the gap of this 4.6k lead difference.
I mean, that's gonna be hard, isn't it? Like, every time he goes in for that chain link or the fatal links and so on and so forth, the problem is that real-world manipulation gets popped off and it inhibits the movement from Ryzen.
I mean, right now, you can see the results of that, right? Smart Omega forced to stay together. They might be looking to make a play here. Not going to connect just yet.
Yeah, not just yet here. The concealed play does come through, but it actually will be figured out. But wait a minute, Suppress gets knocked up here in that moment, and Ryzen is forced to retreat. We can see here so much damage has been placed onto Renzio as the Fatal Links connects onto two members. The real world manipulation is close to follow, but unfortunately another member goes down as Chiku will be the one to fall. E2 Max now 3v1 situation. Another one goes down to the hands of Omega as once again Todak reaches that point of supremacy, looking for more objectives on the board.
Oh, Chak News tries to recall his always way true. He's actually going to get scouted out, but this is going to be Atlas. He's buying time for his team. And Toda, once again, you thought Chiku was the man, but he's secretly Moon. Look at this burst. He might burst him down, and Toda, they get another one. And just like that, Smart Omega, they underestimated and prioritized on the wrong person. And guess what? The true carry here has got to be Moon himself.
As you can see, right, Moon also just picked up the Winter Tranche here. That's going to be a huge pickup, also paired with that Purify. I think it's going to be almost nearly impossible to stop Moon doing what he has to do. I mean, he has no deaths, right? So at this point, you can see key pickups also coming up from Chiku, and this is pretty much a disaster for Smart Omega right now, because now that that first Lord comes up, how do you even fight this? How do you contest this? You really either have to get lucky or pull something off.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but it seems like Toda, they understand his position. They are going to go for the wraparound, but look at the positioning of where Chiku is. He's trying to go for a solo kill, but I don't think the Lord is a objective coming from Toda, because as of now, they're getting a little bit feisty, and Yumes, oh no, he made a mistake. He got pulled back, and just like that, they get a 1-for-1 trade. A tank for an XP, absolutely worth it.
Absolutely worth it here, but we'll see what happens. I mean, the way that they're able to manipulate those waves is so beautiful, but look at this. Chakno already looking for a Moon. Unfortunately, cannot connect. The real world manipulation gets popped off, but it gets cancelled by E2 Max as he goes in straight for that backline, and that is a huge resource wasted. For Mace here trying to do what he can, looking for an engage, but it cannot be done as there is no follow-up for the moment, but the job has been done. Todak already on its way to get the next objective in this Lord.
I definitely agree, but E2 Max from behind, he's going to get caught up, and 4Maze looking for a little bit of plays, but looks like E2 Max is going to be sitting out this fight. If he forces this issue, he's going to die off, but the Lord is going to be taken in the hands of Toda, and this is huge for them. But now, I want to talk about the layers of variation when it comes to itemizations, right? Great, Smart Omega, they've adapted. They realize that Moon is a big threat. But the question remains, how will Kelra deal with the blade armor being set up by both the Baxia as well as the Masha? Because he needs some sort of sustain to tank through this reflect that is coming in. And time again, eventually, he is going to die to his own damage.
I think right now, again, you just have to buy time, right? Yeah, itemization doesn't work in your favor. You're getting counter-built here right now. And at the same time, you have to worry about this Lord. So this is a similar situation to what happened to before. They have to buy time, turtle up in their base, do the best to get online for those, I mean, individual heroes. Edu Max, you saw it earlier in that team fight.
The hook!
Oh, the hook, though.
The hook connects onto E2 Max, and E2 Max will be the first to fall. That is a wonderful pickup from the side of Todak, and one man down, a Lord on the way in the top side. Things are not looking good at all for Omega. I mean, look at the decision coming in from Momo. He goes in very aggressively into that backline. The real weapon manipulation has been opened up, but the Fatal Links connects as well, but no!
Oh no,
Todak, he goes down. You can see all so much damage has been placed onto the members of Omega. Todak, one member down. It is going to be Todak dethroning the champions, the defending champions of the sea, coming out on top here in game number 3.
Oh, the Swordfish strikes again, and they come up on top in this game, and Smart Omega is going down. What a day to be a Malaysian fan, because both Malaysian teams has advanced forward here in the playoffs for MSC 2022. What a day to be a Malaysian fan right now. My goodness, what a game.
Talk about home turf buff, right? I mean, wow. Because that was a clean game coming out from Todak. There wasn't really a moment at all that they just let up. I mean, once they had that lead, they didn't hesitate this time around. I feel like this was against that kind of playstyle you were explaining earlier, because everything this time, game number 3, it's like they took the lessons from game 1, game 2, they refined it, they came in with a great strategy here, and it worked out so well for them.
I definitely agree. This is the Todak special as well. And Smart Omega, great adaptations in the drafts, great adaptations in-game, but Todak is just one step ahead, and I'm looking forward to see where it goes. But before that, let's take a look at what Mara has to say with all of them right now in the interview section.
Here we are backstage, and I'm here with Castor Mars. We're just about to talk to one of the players from Todak. How exciting was that game?
Yes, it's so exciting to see Todak wins the game. It's really hard, but they manage it.
Now, we're gonna be interviewing Moon. Congratulations, Moon! You just eliminated the current kings of Southeast Asia, Smart Omega. How did that feel for you? Did that lift your confidence?
Alhamdulillah, first nak cakap yang rasa sangat happy lah sebab kita tahu Filipin team yang sangat dominate lah dekat C. So bila dapat kalahkan dorang, rasa sangat happy lah. Bangga dengan diri sendiri.
Praise to God, they're feeling so great to defeat one of the dominator in the Asian, especially in the MLBB scene. So they're feeling great. They're willing to do more in the next match.
Now, if you were to win and take home the MSC 2022, what would be the first thing that Todak will do?
One more time?
If you win, if you're the crown. Go ahead, Mars. Help me out, Mars.
Korang nak buat apa dulu? Kalau champion.
Kalau champion mungkin kita tim Todak akan raikan Ciku dengan Putni Silu lah.
Ciku?
Kahwin.
Ciku. Jap. Double confirm. Sorry guys.
Yes.
Okay. This is the big news.
We just got a big deal here.
This
What's going
is the
on,
big
Mars?
news. Okay, if Todak managed to get champion in MSC 2022, they will celebrate because Ciku is getting married.
Oh wow! Okay. Wow. So that'll be a great wedding.
Yep.
Hopefully you invite us. I'll come all the way from the Philippines. Chico, I remember my interview with you from M3. You're really great. Now, the last time that Malaysia got to host a big MLBB event was M1. Now MSC 2022, you got to defend your home turf today. What do you have to tell everybody that's watching right now, all the Malaysians that are jumping up and down cheering for you?
Untuk fans Todak dan Malaysia, thank you so much sebab selalu support kita orang, selalu support Todak, dan jangan lupa juga untuk support Orange juga. And alhamdulillah kita orang dah pergi ke next round, so doakan Todak dapat buat yang terbaik lah.
Basically, he was saying that praise to God, thanks to all the Malaysian fans, and keep supporting Todak.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck in the upper bracket semifinals. Mars, you did great translating.
Thank you so much.
And now, let's turn it over to our analysts, the dashing Leo and Gideon.
Welcome back, everybody. It is, oh my goodness, a brand new dawn, a brand new day, and it feels good. Todak has taken the win, but welcome back to the post-match analysis with Leo and myself, Gideon Q. Oh my goodness, how are you feeling, Leo?
Good game. Let me just say,
good game.
Todak Langgar, it was a great series. If ever I were to suggest any best of three or any match to any, budding MLBB fan, you watch this. You watch this
particular game. Let's have a look at the item list in a little bit because, again, composition is crazy. But my biggest worry here, especially when Chaknu is on an Atlas with Flicker, that turnaround potential. Let's have a look at the item list real quick and get you guys up to date with what are the latest builds from these pro players.
So looking at what Todak brought to the table, at first I was skeptical. Okay, they took away the 1-1, they took away the Beatrix. Clint, I don't know if that's in the cards, but Chico picked up the Popol and Koopa. And I love it because, dude, what we were looking at? Before the 10-minute mark, he pushed 5 turrets.
Yep, 5 turrets.
So I'm loving it. Early Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, and again, congratulations again, Chico, getting married soon.
Yeah.
Also, I think we talked about this before we got into the segment. Yumi's on something else today, man.
Yeah, he woke up and he chose violence. He chose victory. He chose victory over everything. He was extremely aggressive at getting some really important picks, and especially on E2max, who is the only inhibitor for Moon to get off his real-world manipulation.
Yep, not much CC, save for maybe Chaknu, but already that is obvious. When you say Chaknu, that is synonymous to crowd control, that is synonymous to initiation, arguably the best in the world. But in this game, you mentioned, as much of a threat as it is at any point, if Chaknu finds that fatal links, it could be over, but he never did. He never did. And then you mentioned how Etomas had such a hard, difficult time here. He was struggling. If I may say so, everyone in Omega in this game struggled. On the man-to-man defense level, Todak was on point.
They were, and I was really scared that they would overheat, but looking and crunching the numbers, as you can see here, it's nuts how one-sided this was. 20-8 was that score, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. And Smart Omega, and especially Chaknu, every single time he was able to get a Fatal Links off with his flicker, he was catching 2+ every single time.
Yep, but whenever he did, it would have been maybe too late for Etomax or too soon for Kelra.
Yep.
Kelra never really got that comfortable position to get that blazing duet in. And of course, looking at the numbers, damage dealt 55k on Moon. Gotta put up that Moonatics fan club. As well, the total assists. So yeah, he was everywhere when it came to this Eve. I believe he never died, not a single time.
Nope, the man has been doing some good work. And I think overall, and regardless of what the KDA is, I mean, just the damage numbers alone, damage to towers, this siege composition that Todak was putting up was really, really effective. And somehow, most times when you see a Boxia and you would think, yes, he has got the fastest clear speed as a tank. What is his main objective and what does he want to do? And it's just to slow down his opponents enough for the rest of the team to really collapse on the situation.
Yep, as soon as the 5-minute mark hit, as soon as there were free turtles and safe objectives for Todak, Momo was already going 1v3, 1v2 on like the Uranus, the Atlas on the side of Omega. So all throughout, as a Filipino watching, I was sweating, man. I was sweating. This is a thick suit, but that's not it. It was the game. It was the pressure that Todak put on Omega, and they did not let them breathe. There was very little on the board for Omega, and truth be told, Todak played just out of their minds. This is the best I've seen them in a while.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Well, it's time to show you guys the MVP of our game here, and it's going over to Moon on his Ys. The Moonatics rejoice all across the world.
I love it. Look at this. Again, confirmed 4, 0, and 13. And it's the cookie cutter build, man. You have the Ice Queen wand. Oh, dude, it's the Song of Ice and Fire, dude.
Absolutely.
He has the Scorch. He also has the Enchanted Talisman is never going to be low on mana cooldowns out the wazoo. And I'm liking the boot choice. In case he does get jumped on, there's a lot of room for him to survive. So he has like insurance policy upon insurance policy, plus a truncheon.
Absolutely, and I think these are really smart pickups here, especially knowing that E2max is going to be jumping towards him every single time he pops that real-world manipulation. Great item choices overall, but don't worry. Again, this is a very big moment for a lot of Malaysian fans out there, but for the Filipinos, you know how Omega plays. They don't mind being in the lower brackets.
As a lot of Filipino fans would put it, all according to plan. But let's go into the highlights. Let's see that Game 3 performance by Todak one more time. Real-world manipulation. You know what? We keep talking about how Saver and Franco are good. Dude, even Franco is amazing.
Honestly, I was worried. When they first picked this Eve, there are just so many ways to get on top of it. So many different strategies and abilities to really knock them out. And unfortunately, in this particular game, Omega decided to go with a very interesting team fight strategy, knowing that, hey, if you're playing Eve, you want a team fight, we'll double down.
There was very little in terms of range when you're looking at Omega's lineup, even if we were talking about in best case scenario. But then again, you also bring in the factor that Todak wants to go all in your face. So that allows for Todak to punish even harder, which explains that I don't know what the word I'm looking for, abysmal kill score, right? It was 2 digits to 1. It was a hard game for Omega. I have to tell you guys the truth. It is what it is. I have to be frank. And this just makes Omega hungrier. I hope Omega is going to be so much better in the coming days. because the lower bracket, yes, they are at home there, but it's a tough time to be a Filipino right now after this best of 3.
I don't think so, Leo. There is 100% trust that Omega is only going to bounce back. They've done this all the time. It's big for Malaysians because this is the best score and the best game we've had against a Filipino team in history.
2 Malaysians in the upper bracket.
2. We've never had that before. This is uncharted waters for us. I don't even know what else you could possibly describe this moment. And especially on home soil, it feels good, but not for very long. There's still more games ahead of us.
In the years that we've worked together, this is the happiest I've seen you, bro.
Dude, this never, ever happens. M1, M2, M3, we got it good during M1. After that, it's been tough.
Yeah, but here, I'm so happy for Todak. Again, the energy in the arena is palpable. I cannot explain the excitement and just how happy everyone here is. You know what? I'm happy for Todak. Not just because I'm a Munatic. It's also, I just love seeing this team come together. And yeah, we know their potential. We know what they're used to doing and how they switch things up. But today, they just went,
They are. It's crazy, but it's time we got to take a break. We'll see you guys for the next game. It's crazy, but don't forget, guys, just in case you don't know, upcoming matchup, it's going to be EVOS SG up against RRQ Hoshi. It's going to be battles between the islands. Goodbye.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu ko ingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negara ko bangga. Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moonton. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise is strong here. rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies.
Bagiku, kesenangan adalah segalanya.
Dengan senang hati.
Aku adalah Yin, dan tidak akan pernah berubah apapun yang terjadi.
Aku lebih dari sekadar senjata.
Di mana targetku?
Arus waktu tidak menunggu siapapun. Apakah kamu ingin berteman dengan Nana?
Akhirku mengalir bebas seperti angin.
Bunuh semuanya.
Bakar mereka semua.
Aku melakukan yang ingin kulakukan.
Sang naga telah kembali.
Akai telah tiba.
Sang naga telah kembali tidur.
Siap, maju!
Minotaur akan
Sang
mengakhiri
naga
masalah yang
bangkit
belum
dari
terselesaikan.
tidur. Gak ada skin yang gratis kah buat Zilong? Mahal semua anjir.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Sabar dulu ya.
Tidak
Sabar
ada yang
dulu Jir.
bahkan kematian sekalipun.
Sabar. Sabar Jul. Sabar Jul. Sabar Jul. Sabar Jul.
Seluruh
Sabar
bagian
Jul.
tubuhmu adalah titik lemah.
Kok bisa dirusuh Jul? Astaga. Apa yang ngambil Jul?
First blood! An ally has been slain.
Oh, yang di road rupanya ngambil. Bajingan
Tenang
Jir.
seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Request backup!
Seluruh bagian
Hyper juga
tubuhmu
rupanya
adalah
yang di road.
titik lemahmu.
Aduh.
You have slain an enemy!
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Initiate retreat!
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikan.
You have slain an enemy!
Apa yang di road?
Tidak ada kematian sekalipun. Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu.
Request backup!
Harus buktikan nih macam di road. Jir.
Pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Bisa. Harus buktikan. Aduh, hebat ya Jir.
Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun.
Tipu deh Jir.
Slain the turtle!
Oh, sabar.
Initiate retreat!
Apaan ini?
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Ngetrol nih.
Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tidak ada yang menakuti. Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikan. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Hampir mati, Cik.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Hadir.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Our turret is under attack.
Seluruh bagian adalah titik lemahmu. Kalian pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Aduh, Mak. Tolong.
Request backup.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Enemy has been slain.
Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Request backup.
Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun.
An ally has slain the request backup.
Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian
Your
sekalipun.
team destroyed the turret. Has been slain.
Seluruh pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Hampir tuh.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Enemy has been slain.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi,
Request
tetapi
backup.
membara di dalam hati.
Tanda-tanda nih, tanda-tanda lagi.
Seluruh bagian tubuh adalah titik lemahmu. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku. Pahlawan
sorry.
tidak akan mati.
Dan nasib
Tenang
tutup.
seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Our turret is under attack. Request backup.
Seluruh bagi aku harusnya bisa melakukan lebih.
Enemy has been slain. The enemy has slain the turtle. Our turret has been destroyed.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Ally has been slain. Our turret is under attack.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Request backup.
Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan lawan tidak akan hahaha, seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu.
Our turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Enemy unstoppable. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati. Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun. Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menggantikanku. Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati. Tidak ada yang menakutiku. Kematian sekalipun.
Enemy dominated. Our turret is under attack.
Tenang, sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Hahaha, seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu.
Request backup.
Pahlawan tidak akan
Enemy has been slain.
melakukan.
Initiate retreat.
Boyo itajin.
Request backup. An ally has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. An ally has been slain. Enemy legendary. Enemy has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Our base is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup.
Kalian butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikan. Pahlawan tidak akan pernah mati.
Double kill.
Tenang seperti sebuah puisi, tetapi membara di dalam hati.
Request backup.
Tidak ada yang menakutiku, bahkan kematian sekalipun.
An ally has been slain.
Seluruh bagian tubuhmu adalah titik lemahmu.
You destroyed a turret. Our base is under
Kalian
attack.
butuh sebuah pasukan untuk menghentikanku.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill. Our base is under attack.
Aku harusnya
Under attack. Defeat.
Mana tuh? Bukan ayamnya. Biasa ayam tuh.
Number 1.
Triple tank lineup. I like to call it the meatball show because, man, they are going to be tanky up front. They have a lot of tools in their kit, too. And like you mentioned, you know, having a Lancelot there, it's going to take you a little while to be able to penetrate through that defense. And honestly, every time we've seen an Atlas alone, that's quite a bit. Now you throw in a Grok on top of that. Mind you, running the Assassin Emblem, so it's going to hurt. Wow, early play already.
Yeah, already that hook coming onto JPL, but luckily he is just a tank. He does have a little bit pressure onto the side of Evo Singapore, and Albert was not able to get that lethal Wanderer, actually.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of distraction as well, considering that Win has does this. But at the same time, RRQ, they're pulling out the strategies again. They did this towards Impunity KH before. And, sorry, they did it against Smart Omega, but at the same time, R7 going to be stealing the jungle away.
I like this. I'm going to go back on the point, right? You have Nick running that high and dry. And when we usually see this, with the way that Grok works now and just the damage and the stun potential it has, it's going to be something they really have to watch out for. There's so much CC on the side alone for Evo Singapore.
Uh-oh, but Sayla gets caught in a weird situation. So much damage has been placed onto him, but unluckily, Vin was unable to get that Iron Hook onto the buff like he intended. JPL now is going to be the brunt of it all. Will be first blood here into the hands of RRQ Hoshi, showing their early game aggression.
Oh, this is so smart from RRQ. They understand the timings of their early aggression because Evo's SG, this tanky composition kind of comes up online towards the mid to late stage of the game, and they're taking advantage of the situation. Yeah, you're tanky, we can still kill you in the early games. And look at how annoying Vin is with his hooks. He's just forcing Evo's SG to react to every single movement instead of focusing on the objectives. And hopefully, they are going to be able to respond, but RRQ Hoshi, with so much distraction, they are 1k in the lead as of yet.
Oh my god, that hook connects onto the buff. That is going to be a lot of time wasted here for the side of Evo Singapore, as it is going to be Evo Singapore, though, looking for a trade-off onto Clay. Albert gets one back, but Vin gets caught as well. But the Albert, he will be able to get that jungle, but unfortunately, a double kill has been secured by the side of Evo Singapore. Now, was this worth it?
Oh my goodness, that was huge coming from Evo's SG, but yes, I agree. RQ, they made a little bit of blunder. They got a little bit over-aggressive with the plays. They should have played towards their strength, which is taking advantage of the positions of what Franco can do to the enemy. And with that hook right there, Evo's SG was in prime position, but instead, they redeemed themselves. Vin gets a very, very nice catch on those Adamir, and because of that, that's going to be the marksman down from the side of Evo's SG, and not going to be traded off as well.
Nice pickup there. I mean, all around, you got to say it's obviously pretty even right now. But I think, you know, at the time, RRQ has to be careful because they don't want to underestimate the damage that Nick can pump out here. We saw it. He's got 2 kills now, so he's off to a good start. Also, with that turtle coming up in about a minute, they're going to have enough time here to just continue to farm up. And then you're talking about all that CC once again coming into the turtle. Let's check out the emblems.
Yeah, I'm a little bit interested as well, curious about Nyx's decision. I was expecting maybe a Weapon Master try to jack up those Blade of Despair's attack power to build on his defense, right? Even the recent patch, they have kind of nerfed on it. I like how he used the high and dry to use on the penetration instead of building up attacks to build on his defense. So it's going to deal a little bit more damage compared to the Weapon Master to be tanky. So I like this adaptation. Hopefully it's going to work out because as of now, he's got 2-on-1. I'd say it's pretty good. It's working out after all, but as of now, there's going to be engagement.
Yeah, the Iron Hook connects onto Guy here. Well, let's see what GPL has to say about it. The Fatal Links connects onto Vin alone, but unfortunately, he is going to be the one to fall. Sayla Gear forced to retreat. They are super low as of right now. Let's see what Albert can say. It is going to be Adamir here in the brunt of it all, taking so much damage. A 1-for-1 trade here, roamer for roamer.
Yeah, not super big yet, but you can see Evo's SG, they're starting to be very, very scared. They know RRQ is just going so much ham onto Evo's SG, and this is actually good for RRQ because the fights that they're taking is just making so much space to allow Lemon to get free farm all the way up top, and because of this, Evo's SG just cannot find a way to stop Lemon at all because eventually, if this goes on, Lemon is going to get all his power spikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing, right? Once again, about Irithyll, you saw him just, Lemon came down, he used the sprint, he just joined the fight, popped out the damage, and, you know, he's only got 1 item, right? There's not much there yet, but, yes, the way that Irithyll works, and also against this tanky lineup, it works really well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He needs a couple more items to actually happen as well. But as of yet, the fight is about to break down. Clay is going to get caught out. A big chain to disengage. And that is going to be RRQ coming on top. But it's not over yet. Albert, he wants more.
Yeah, he does want more. Sayla is going to be the one to fall here, as it is going to be Albert picking up a kill.
Oh, huge outplays as well. The hook, too close for Evo's SG.
You know, I'm wondering here too, if you're R7, right, and you're spending most of your time in the side lane, who do you target here as much as possible for Evo's SG? Because I don't feel like Adamir is really going to be easy to get to. There's so much of it's literally a bodyguard composition for him, and then you always have Sayla there to back him up with all the CC.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's just so difficult to do so, and you can see Evo's SG, they're making sure that Adamir has a comfortable spot, and because of this, RQ Oshi, they're forced to adapt. However, the fight here coming in.
Yeah, let's see what he can do, because it is going to be Gear here taken down first. It doesn't seem like Evo Singapore want to engage on this, understanding that they are 1 man down.
So you notice what RQ is doing, right? This is the true showing of how much experience these guys have. They're happy with those 1 kills. They don't really have to commit anything else. I've seen them do this in the group stages too, right? And they're going to slowly build that lead they have and getting these advantages, especially in the objectives coming up. I mean, we have another turtle coming up in about 10 seconds. They're even just setting up in the right position here. Evo's SG going to sniff this one out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. As of yet, Wins is just a big trend towards Evo's SG's the composition, right? Arguably, you have JPL to actually set up for the team, but the damage, where's the damage cover? They've got 3 really tanky heroes. I feel like they need to buy time for Sayla to actually come online, and it's going to take a little bit too long, but seems like Evo's SG, they will take advantage of Guardian's Barrier to actually try to potentially steal it away. Will they get it?
Oh my god, Albert is able to steal that turtle away from the side of Evo Singapore. So what initially was a good setup, but wait a minute, that Way of Dragon connects onto the member here, so we'll see what happens. It is going to be Albert here looking for a kill onto the backside. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as it is. JPL is able to retreat for now with his life, and there are no trades on the board except for Araki Hoshi being able to take that objective away from Evos.
Oh, you hate to see it, but it's not over yet because it seems like a big dawning light comes in. They want to scare off RRQ, but from the sides, Clay, he finds a gear on the sides, and Adamir is not going to be able to do much. He flickers away, but this is a landslide we're talking about. He's got all the mobility he can get, and there's nothing they could have done. And Evo's SG, they're just getting crumbling to pieces in the hands of RRQ.
Said, you saw Elbert. He already picked up the Malefic Roar, right? I believe that's his second item here, so he's obviously going to start cutting through these tanks, these tanky boys of Evos SG. They've got the 4K gold lead already. It's 8 minutes in, and this is already the start of that snowballing potential for RRQ.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is exactly what RRQ wants when it comes to this early engagement. We talked about it during the key to success, and they're just controlling full tempo. Their 4K lead is not that much of a difference yet. It's still possible for Evos SG to make a comeback, but it's going to be very, very difficult because time and time again, Gear, he tries to open up the map a little bit more, but Vin is the biggest threat as of yet when it comes to those hooks, when it comes to those lockdowns and suppression. But now, up on screen, the damage dealt so far, Albert is just doing so much for the team. But hold that thought for now, Evos SG is going to force a fight.
Yeah, I think Gear was a little bit too aggressive. They're all understanding that he does want to get Lemon out of the board, but unfortunately, the backup from the side of Araki Hoshi was definitely there. We'll see how many times that can be baited out, because that is going to be a huge resource spent. But the Fatal Links connects, but unfortunately, the Dawning Light does as well. Albert is super low, is forced to retreat for now, as that is going to be JPL taken down for the price of none. Araki Hoshi with the man advantage here, but oh my god, mega kill secured by Clay once again, as that Wave of Dragon connects onto Gear. Another pickup comes into play, but the suppression, the Bloody Hunt, it goes on to the engage, onto Sayla. 3 members taken down here for the side of Araki Hoshi. Will it be a fourth? Unfortunately, the Iron Hook does not connect onto Adamir, but my oh my, Araki Hoshi onto the next objective.
Oh my goodness, RRQ Hoshi, they're just winning on all fronts. They caught Evos SG all by themselves. They took them all one by one, and then eventually won on all fronts. Evos SG, they seem to be scrambling, and there's just no way for them to actually take a fight unless Sayla gets some sort of a redemption point, because as of yet, he's level 9. And the timing for him to pop off is going to be so very far. As you can see, Albert's already level 13. We're almost reaching towards the end game power spike for RRQ Hoshi, whereas Evos SG is still barely hanging on. So now, let's talk about a little bit more items on how much more that they need. Pay attention to this. Lemon is on his 4th item progression. He's got the Windtalker, he's got the Berserker's Fury, he's got the Scarlet Feather. He's critting really, really hard as compared to Sayla, who's only got the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Trunket.
I mean, this is, again, the idea of let's have these tanky boys protect Adamir on this Clint. He's not getting a chance at all, really, to buy time, because look at the pace coming out from RRQ.
Yeah, look at the pace. It does seem like they want to be pushing onto something, understanding that the Lord is marching along in that top side. We'll see what happens here. Evo Singapore, they are on the defense. They are trying to be able to really clear this. They do have Sayla for that bit of range. Vin goes in for the Iron Hook. Unfortunately, does not connect, as Nick is trying to buy as much time as they can. But meanwhile, RRQ Hoshi, they are just taking those turrets one by one.
Yep, 10k lead for RRQ Hoshi. Evos SG lose all their outer turrets. That means Evos SG is in a position where they are forced to turtle up on base, whereas they need to find some sort of opportunity to punish RRQ's mistakes. But as of yet, it's so very difficult. R7, he's got the Shunpo. He's so annoying. He can't set up for a couple of kills. The hook comes in from Vin, completely isolates the fight. And Evos SG, they can't even force a fight just because of how scary being separated from the team can be in all these fights.
Again, this is the strength of Franco, right? I feel like at this point, R7 hasn't had to do much. Neither has the Lemon. He's just been pretty much able to farm up. He gets a couple hits here and there, and that's why he's got those 4 assists. But this is a lot on Vin, right? When the guy gets a Franco, he finds those targets. I mean, early on, he had almost every Iron Hook he was landing, so they just have to follow up on that. Again, this is why Clay is having a good time as well on this Julian that, you know, you guys know that I don't really agree with as much in the mid lane, but when everything kind of falls into place, and on the other side, you have pretty much mostly tanks, you only have maybe 2 damage dealers over there, right? Sayla and Adamir, and they're so far behind right now. You're talking about 10.4k gold lead behind 12 minutes in.
Pay attention to the mini map right now. This is something that's super underrated. RRQ, they're not shoving wave, they're not doing anything. The reason being for this is that they want to freeze the lane and starve up Evo's SG before the next Lord Pit. And because of this, they're denied so much experience, so much economy to actually make some sort of a comeback. And this is so smart of RRQ. It's super undervalued by every single team. But just being executed for RQ just pulls it out. But as of yet, on the minimap, you can see as well, R7 is going to cut the reef to try and push the lane before the Lord Pit contest coming from Evo's SG.
This might be another kind of free take here. Now they're going to go in for this one.
Yeah, it might be this. We'll see what happens. I mean, right now we can see that JPL is looking for a kill on the board, but look at this. R7 in the backside is going to use that Way of Dragon onto Gear. Gear instantly gets melted down by the damage output coming in from Arkihoshi. One man strong, Arkihoshi. They are going to look for the engage onto this Lord, and it doesn't seem like Evo Singapore does have an answer towards this.
Oh, this is so very annoying to deal with, and that's gonna be a free Lord in the hands of RRQ Hoshi. Evo's SG just cannot do anything at all. It's just so frustrating to play and see how disciplined RRQ Hoshi is doing to them. And I feel like this is a very tough spot, and they need to find ways for Sayla to get farm. He's now level 11. He's 4 more levels away. It's just taking a little bit too long for him to come online, and I don't think RRQ Hoshi is gonna give them any sort of room, because now the Lord is pushing in. Even the lanes down mid until now has not been shoved by RRQ Hoshi towards Evo's SG's direction. That is starving them out not once. That was at least, what, 3-4 lanes of XP so far?
This is getting very grim for the side of Evo's SG. I mean, you're talking about, again, the gold lead is massive. They don't have much clear here, and that's why we see RQ pushing into the base pretty freely right now.
Look how aggressive R7 is in his positioning. He's looking for an engage, perhaps onto Sayla or maybe even onto Adamir. He doesn't find something just yet, as the Lord is already able to take down that inhibitor turret in that top side. The Lord does go down straight into the crystal, but it actually gets taken down quite easily, understanding that Sayla as well as Adamir is starting to reach those power spikes.
Oh, this is very difficult, but Sayla, he's just got his Divine Glaive. Looks like they are going to try and force the issue. This item pickup is huge for Evo's SG, but is it going to be enough? But as soon as that came out, you can saw all the reactions coming from RQ. They back off. Okay, you know what? We don't know how strong Sayla is right now. Let's not take a risk. Let's play it safe for now and then live to play another day. This is just textbook plays coming from RQ Hoshi. Despite 15k lead, they're still playing it safe. They don't want to make any sort of error right here, right now.
I mean, what they're respecting here is that Atlas and the Grok especially, right? Because we've seen it before. Clint just kind of have a bad early to mid game, and somehow if he's able to get items as they progress through the game and they stall out longer and longer, we know that a Xavier and a Clint can get to the point where they can actually start contesting. You throw in some lucky Fatal Link setups and even that wild charge from a Grok, there is potential there. And that's why I feel like they don't want to just nonchalantly push in the base and risk losing this type of lead, because they are showing just how disciplined they are. I mean, they're pretty much setting up for another Lord setup, pushing the base. They've got those 2 base turrets already. Why not wait a little bit longer?
Yep, 35 seconds left before this next Lord comes up, and Evo's SG not given any room to even push out the lane. Look at the positions coming from Vin and Clay. They're keeping tabs in case Evo's SG decides to push out the lane to gather some information. Wow, RRQ continues to swarm onto their side of the jungles to get economy instead of pushing out the lanes. This is just discipline. I would say starvation coming from RQ. This is just,
I thought the spinning was discipline.
It's so hard. So very hard for Evo's SG, man.
Spinning on him. Just flexing on him right
Yeah,
now. R7,
yeah.
knows he can't be touched because, yeah, I mean, it's just JPL, right? Lord's going to be up here now. It's pretty much going to be started up by Lemon. And we'll see if anyone can actually get any vision around that area, because right now, Evo's SG has to pretty much stick together or just admit it. Like, hey, they're going to grab the Lord. Let's do our best to find a moment for a setup, but it's really going to depend on these tanky boys.
Nah, I don't think Evo Singapore has it in them right now to be able to contest that one. They'll let that go pretty easily, and now RRQ Hoshi has that enhanced Lord in the bag. Evo Singapore back on the defense. We do see a Berserker Fury here being taken for the side of Adamir. Is this a good power spike?
It's pretty good enough to actually clear off the minions, but hopefully it's going to be enough because the biggest important factor right now is Sayla needs to survive. He's one more level away, and Evo's SG, the moment they get him online, they just need one really, really big chunky Fatal Links to completely wipe RRQ Hoshi, especially Lemon as well. If he gets the full combo from Sayla, he might be just as well as be dead. So that's going to be the safety net that RRQ Hoshi is going to be playing it safe. They want to continue with their initial lead, and hopefully it's going to work out. But as of that, the Dawning Light has been expended. This is going to be prime time for RRQ to actually close up the game.
Yeah, but look at JPL already got concealed play coming through. Let's see if he can actually connect on this one, because Clay is in a very awkward position. The Enhanced Lord is already marching down in the mid side, doing the damage of it all. But look at this, Clay goes in onto Gear. He gets melted down. Initially, we can already see so much damage has been placed. He is forced to retreat yet again, but once again, RRQ Hoshi playing the discipline game, they don't want to risk it, understanding that they don't have any purifies on their table. So in case, just in case, Evo Singapore finally gets that momentum going, they don't want to make that mistake.
I was sweating in that moment as well, but very, very smart plays of a defense coming from Evo's SG, especially with JPL, bought so much time for them to focus on a lot, and because of that, they're able to defend once again. Yes, Purify is going to be the matter as well, but let's take a look at the items real quick as well. Sayla is down to his final item progression, and you can see RRQ Hoshi, they are gonna be sweating, but as of now, you can see a little bit more confidence coming in from Evo's SG.
Uh-oh, JPL, is he going to go down? Oh my god, that item actually pops up, but he is going to be the first to fall. The hooks connects onto Nick as it is going to be so much CC being placed. Adamir goes down. 3 members, 4 members. It is going to be 5, as it is going to be a maniac for Lemon. Finally, not an unofficial maniac, a wiped out has been placed for the side of RRQ Hoshi, and RRQ Hoshi, the kings of kings, the kings of the galaxy, they will be taking game number 1 against Evo Singapore.
Oh, discipline plays coming in from RRQ, just like that. You make one mistake, we are gonna close it out. And Evo's SG finally made it. And who could blame him? Who could blame him, man?
I thought there was like a glimmer of hope starting to rise from the eyes of Evo's SG here, but all it took was that mistake in the jungle. I mean, I feel like they started to feel it too, especially after that base defense there at the end. That showed that, hey, we can make this prolong a little bit longer, because as we looked at those items, they were starting to get to that point where the 20-minute mark, you start to complete those builds, and oh man, it was almost there.
Yeah, it was definitely there as well. Evo's SG, they managed to sweat it out towards the 5-item progression. They needed the one last one. If they could stall about, what, 5 to 6 more minutes, they might have had a better chance against RRQ. But nevertheless, RRQ, great discipline so far in game number 1, and that is an amazing performance coming from the Kings of Kings himself. Dominant performance indeed, and all they need right now is one more game, and they advance through to the next phase.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, look how cool and collected they are. Game number 1, no problem, as we're going to take to the analysts. Analysts, take it away.
Thanks, casters. Welcome back to the post-game with me, Gideon Q, as well as Leo, to break it down for you here today with a solid game coming out of RRQ.
Lemon once more brings onto the battlefield the Iritel, with his personal win rate sitting at 100%.
He's looking real good here. I don't know. There is a little bit of theory crafting when it comes down to the lane matchups, and I think Clint is a pretty good one, to be honest, especially with the concept of, oh, you want to run in a straight line? No worries. I'm just going to keep you in place.
Yep, and this brings into consideration and into the discussion the lineup in the draft that Evo's SG all in all brought in. Naisu is a big fan of it. The 3 tanky boys, as he put it. I'm actually a big fan as well. I love it in concept that you're putting all your eggs in these 2 baskets, in the Clint and in the Savior. But in execution, especially if on the other side you have baby alien, Albert's very own Lancelot. Very rarely do we see a Lancelot do well these days, but in the hands of the Sangraja, in the hands of RRQ Hoshi, it does amazing things.
Look, he's still clean. Most people say, you know, in esports years, it's like dog years. It feels very, very long. A millisecond could be an hour. In this case, it doesn't feel like Albert has lost any of that skill. He is still looking as sharp as ever, coming up with big, great escapes, especially with a concept and as well as a really, really tough composition to crack like this one.
You got the Grok on Nick in the XP lane. nothing new here. He is building into the damage that converts into physical defense eventually with the Malefic Roar and the Blade of Despair. You have gear on the Baksha in JPL. You know what? I think, personally, just for my taste, the Winter Truncheon was built way too early.
I think so too. I think the Winter Truncheon in this particular situation could be an on and off queue, but it gives a very big key and a very big signal to RRQ Hoshi. Keep an eye out for Baksha. He's looking for those engages and then basic key concepts. But I think RRQ Hoshi in this one, they played disciplined, they played it slow, and the slow bleed onto EVOS SG was brutal.
I love the combination between Clay and Vin. They've been working together for the longest time now. It was this duo. Vin, also known as Franco Man, won a championship just recently off of this hero. And then Clay, he switched it up. He's used to playing the Savior. Again, it's that combo. It's Franco and the Savior. Now it's Franco and Julian. I love it. The hook, the chain, CC for days. They can play pickoff, they can play team fight, they can collapse onto you. And it was just way too much for EVOS SG, 18-4.
I mean, the execution was extremely clean here coming out from RRQ, having no holes in their gameplay and backing each other up when it matters the most.
It was so clean. You watch it, you think about it, you feel it. As a Singaporean, if you're watching, it was a difficult game, but the comeback was, it was there. Again, if you're facing off against an Atlas in this current meta game, the potential for comeback is there. But let's look at the numbers. Let's figure out exactly what EVOS SG was putting onto the table here. 35k damage straight up on to Sayla. That's one of the 2 damage sources that they have. And then 41k on to Adamir on that Clint. Pales in comparison to the coverage. I think that word came out a lot in the shoutcast earlier in the broadcast. 41k, 40k, 47 across the board for RRQ Hoshi.
They're just evening out the score. They want to make everybody's stats look good. They got to inflate it so they can make sure they get MVP once they make it to the end of the road. But honestly, for an 18-4 scoreline coming out of RRQ Hoshi against EVOS SG, if you look at the damage dealt, right, it's actually not too far away. With only a 38k difference, I think that's not too bad. It means every single engagement coming out from EVOS SG was getting closer and closer, but then once that lead built up for RRQ Hoshi, it became super difficult, and RRQ Hoshi just didn't want to interact.
And towards the end, I believe that was a Maniac. Did Lemon get the Savage now?
He's getting close. He's getting close.
Okay. So we ended with a Maniac, and it was so clear that that was the nail in the coffin. Let's see who we're awarding the MVP on to. And pow! There it is! I just mentioned the Maniac that closed it off. It's the Deathless Iritel 606.
Oh, so brutal, so brutal. Lemon feels really clean. He knows what he's doing, but more importantly so, the way he plays around his team makes it so much more. Because again, even teammates like R7, who's halfway across the map, can still open up opportunities to let the team start flooding it and allowing people like Irithel to really shine.
And real quick, a spotlight on the item build. A shining star in a lot of marksmen's arsenals now is that Hasklos.
Yeah.
We don't usually see Hasklos in the past 6 months. You go back a year, nobody's building Hasklos. But today, Hasklos is so hot.
Yeah, I mean, especially when people are building more into the emblems of the Weapon Master, they want to just max out that attack stat and getting more and more stats to really make that difference. In case you missed out this game, don't worry. Let's jump on over to the highlights.
Playing back, let's throw all the way to minute and 40, wherein we drew first blood. Of course, Albert's so good at every stage of the game. Clay gets away with something that you should not have. And then, again, the punish, the collapse. Look at Albert. Oh,
yeah.
He's signing everything. Sealed, set with love.
I mean, it's just really, really smart. The way that Albert is targeting specific heroes, knowing when their power spikes are going to be, punishing the weakest heroes on EVOS SG's side, and then changes target afterwards to allow people like Lemon, who has scaled up, to start running on through. With his Electro Flash, he knows he wants that extra bit of movement speed.
Yep, that's the combo. The Electro Flash, the sprint, and then the energy. And again, this is what makes Hasklos all the more lethal. You put her at a third of her health, he clicks the sprint, hits you, and then he's back on. That's it. I think that's the Maniac to close the game. There it is.
That's
18.
The Maniac to close
18 minutes.
The game. Ah, so good, so good. I mean, watching RRQ, they basically live and breathe Mobile Legends. If they want to do a challenge where, hey, can we knock them all into one place, put them in one little spot, they'll do it somehow. And even after the Atlas, we saw in that last clip, they kicked back in. It's as if they got everybody in the first place.
Yep, I love that Lemon here is showing us something new. And it's nice to see him back on the field. It's nice to see him here play in the playoffs. a lot of us got surprised. Like, yo, he's playing already. He's in. They're making the 6-man lineup work for him. I love it.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, but we still have another game to go. Let's throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gideon, as well as Leo, for that amazing analysis segment, as well as the highlights as well. And I definitely agree, Iritel is going to be potentially the highlight hero of the day so far. And RRQ has made it work not once, but twice so far. So far, I don't know what to think about this Iritel hero. But what I do know, there is going to be a TikTok Live Carnival as of now. With the all you gotta do, TikTok Live Carnival is underway. You can also earn MLBB MSC points, and you can also win yourself MLBB rare skins by participating via the in-game event to win massive rewards. So be sure to do it right here, right now. If you want to get yourself a potential new skin, especially, you know, this girl right here bragging about her Farsa skin.
Who?
Wink, wink.
Who?
Hello?
Hello? Anyone?
Well, speaking of TikTok, that last play in the highlights was pretty much a TikTok play.
Oh yeah, R7's show,
Yeah.
right?
And, you know, that's probably going to end up somewhere on your For You page out there. I'm not a TikTok regular, don't worry.
I definitely agree. Hopefully, we'll actually make it towards the algorithm of the page as well, YouTube or on TikTok, anywhere it goes. But I'm looking forward to see more Cho highlights. You know, we haven't seen a lot of Cho so far, and we did see a couple games, a little bit scuffy coming from Orange Esports, but R7 on the Cho just now was super flashy. But now, let's talk shop. EVOS SG RRQ. What kind of adaptations is going to be made from EVOS SG? I'm really worried on how things went down from game number 1, but I feel like RRQ is just such a big obstacle to overcome.
The problem is, like, we've seen the way that Evo Singapore likes to play. They love to emphasize on Adamir, and RRQ Hoshi, they're quick to read this kind of thing. So they just, like, shut down Adamir from the get-go, and as soon as that happened, they didn't have an answer to it. So one of the things was that. The second was the drafting. I would have preferred Adamir on someone flashy that he's more comfortable with, like the Beatrix perhaps. I'm not really sure why that Clint was picked up for them.
I definitely agree, but at the same time as well, who could blame him, right? If you think about it, based on historical data, Franco has had his statement here in MSC. First day, group stages completely ignored. Day 2, we saw a little bit more Franco, especially coming from RRQ. We did see it from Toda earlier today as well. You saw how annoying the Franco can be. So I feel like maybe it's just the Franco, okay? It was the same pretty much for RRQ versus Smart and Mega, right? Game 1, Franco played it. Oh no, what do we do? I can't, absolutely nothing. Vin is an absolute god on the Franco. And then Smart Omega, they adapted, they banned it off, and then, oh, okay, we found how to beat RRQ. Maybe just not letting the Franco through, or maybe even pick it up themselves.
I mean, Franco is obviously a very high priority hero. And, you know, with EVO Singapore, you have to think, we can't just rely on Adamir. We need to be a little more multi-dimensional in our strategy because, yeah, like you said, Eterna, RQ is going to sniff that out. They're going to focus on that lane, and they're going to shut things down. Because if that's your one-dimensional strategy, it's not going to work. So right now, they actually need to just kind of go in with this with a different strategy, starting off with banning out that Franco so that Vin can't get it. And now you can start focusing on other areas because now it makes it a little bit harder for RQ to actually, I mean, just come and just counter you in any way possible.
This is a big chess game right now, I would like to say, because with the Franco being the choice of ban coming in from EVO Singapore, this leaves open someone like the Wanwan as well as that Akai. So is RRQ Hoshi, they're just going to ban someone not on that list so they'll be able to get 2 priority heroes in that second pick? Or are they going to be prioritizing something else?
I feel like it doesn't really matter because eventually 1-1 or not, there's still so many other S tier picks, right? If you think about it, they still want to go for Julian, they still Xavier, they still 1-1, they still Karina as well. Akai is something that they can potentially go, but looks like you said as well, good call on the shout as well. They are going to ban the 1-1, means that EVOS SG, they will have their first pick potential, and that is, who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Akai or is it going to be something else? Thoughts on this, Naisu?
There's still Xavier, right? They they like that last game, but still, I mean, you didn't really get the chance to even use Xavier to his potential because everything else was shut down. So it could start here. There's lots of options. That's the thing. It's actually going to go ahead and be the Kai, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Akai is just such a safe pick as of yet in current stages as well. So far, we've only seen Orange Esports kind of adapted it with the DG pickup, which is so good. And so far, I don't think I've seen RRQ kind of play a DG strategy. It's mostly going to be played from the Philippine teams, especially RGPH. We did see Blacklist as well. They do like to play the DG Enchanter playstyles. And I feel like it's a pretty good response against an Arkai in the current patch, considering that it's so popular now and the previous patch.
Yeah, it's not below Vin to be able to pick that up. It's just not his playstyle. So if it comes down to it, he'll pick it up if he needs to. So we'll see what happens here. Araki Hoshi with the first 2 picks. Once again, it is going to be the Julian, but this time around, a little change here. It is going to be the Xavier second pick here.
Julian jungle?
I hate this. I really hate this because every single time first pick Julian, where is it going to be? Mid? No, maybe XP? Okay. Jungle? Yeah, tank? Possible.
I don't know about.
I don't know.
That's
what
stretching
hero,
it a little bit here. So Xavier's on the board, right? So you're automatically thinking, is this Julian jungle? Because that's what we've seen a lot of. It could also work in the side lanes.
It could work for XP,
yeah.
Xavier as well. It could work at gold lane Xavier. We've seen it happen, bro. I've actually seen a couple games like this. It's weird. It's weird. It's so much unpredictable. I might be overthinking, but yeah. I'm just keeping it open for you guys.
Basically, it's flex, but now they lock in Irithel, right? So there you go. The gold lane, once again, going in the hands of Lemon. Why change it? Because the guy had, like the analyst mentioned, man, Electro Flash, Sprint, you got the speed, you got the energy, you got the damage, and they don't need much else here. I mean, they rounded out with some tanky boys later on. They should be fine, right? Evos SG, on the other hand, I like this. I like this better than their last draft. They have Kagura, so the burst potential's there. They complement it with Beatrix, or are they complementing each other? Because that is a lot of burst damage. Now, what we have seen is a Kai show up in the side lane, right? We saw that previously, and it actually worked out. But I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. It most likely will be that Akai jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Akai is in also a very similar spot in terms of flex as well. You can still play in roam, you can play in XP as well. But what's really underrated about the Irithel right now, and I feel like RQ is pretty much the only team that kind of force picked it as well. Electro Crash with Splint kind of allows Irithel to hit pretty hard in terms of attack speed, right? His attack speed modifier on his passive is based on how fast he runs. The more movement speed means the faster he is, more DPS, more damage. So it's something that they're trying to abuse, but is it trending enough considering that every single team is kind of figuring out the meta? Is it sprint city meta, which is more sprints, or are we going to see traditionals of like Purify or maybe even Diggy pickups to actually deal and sustain through all this burst potential?
That's definitely the question here, as Araki Hoshi is going to be choosing their last pick here in the second phase. And honestly, they need to figure out a way to be able to get into that backline. Because Irithel, sure, she deals a lot of damage, but she's very susceptible to those really good pick-off type of assassins. The Natalia was banned away, which does make sense from the side of Araki Hoshi. But other than that, is there something similar that they can go for? Let's say the Selena, would that work?
I think Selena is actually not that bad, but there's this one super underrated hero that recently got a buff. And obviously, nobody picked it yet.
Who is it?
Saber. Just for suppression.
Saber?
Just for suppression.
Tank Saber?
Okay.
Sorry, not the tank Saber. More like you just, XP maybe?
Okay.
It worked for you? You've tried it?
I've seen
It's super
tank
underrated,
Saber.
but yeah, it's just there. It's just there. Nobody played it. It's not popular yet, but it's still there as a pick-up potential against Irithel, you know?
Yeah, the downside of it is once you use the ultimate, you're like, what else do you do? Right? You just auto-attack.
True. And now we're going into the second phase here, as it is going to be the Matilda ban choice here for the side of Evo Singapore, understanding that Vin has not chosen his hero in that roam position. There are still a lot of heroes on the board. He is known to be able to use the Kufra perhaps, but what else do you think are they going to prioritize for the side of RRQ?
It's going to be tough, and I feel like based on attack roll, they are going to go for the Lolita pickup. So they are going to go for shields all the way through. Considering that Esmeralda was first phase banned, they can use to optimize this by boosting up potentially a jungle or maybe even Irithel in terms of protection. So I like it because it's a good way to deal with the runners coming in from Beatrix himself. So it's not that bad coming from RQ.
Not only that, but I mean, it's a really reliable CC. Like a lot of people talk about, the shield from Lolita, but at the same time, having a kind of a low cooldown and almost a guaranteed way to stun and set things up is actually very valuable. Not to mention, the ultimate, the Numenon Blast, that also has huge potential for pairing it up with a Julian and Xavier. So the response, okay. I'm sure someone's happy about this backstage. There it is. The Benedetta is going to come out from Evos SG along with a Grok here.
I'm going to guess who that someone is. It's Gideon, isn't it?
Yep.
Really?
He likes the flashiness.
Yeah, he likes the flashiness. Who doesn't, right? Like, Cho is one of the flashiest heroes, but as of yet, I'm looking forward to see how RRQ does this. I'm a big fan of Lolita ever since they actually buffed up his first skill, which allows you to do a lot of damage on neutral jungle. So I feel like if during clutch situations, when it comes to going for the 50-50 coin flips, the team with Lolita and a lot of burst potential is going to be able to come out on top by deciding when to time those retributions onto objectives. So it's really nice, but hopefully it's going to work out. But as of yet, RRQ, they're bringing in the Paquito. So this might be a jungle No, I take it back. I'm just kidding. It's Albert playing on the Julian jungle.
This is our 7th Paquito,
Yeah,
and this
for
is
sure.
going to hit hard. He goes in crazy with those type of flank type of plays, and that is what he is known for. And we mentioned, right, Evo Singapore, they need to find a little bit of layer in terms of that assassin, someone to be able to go into the back line and really target that Iritel, because she is one of the most vulnerable heroes in that position.
Definitely agree, but the draft has been set. Evil's SG, game number 2. This is going to be the respawn with Akai in the vicinity, alongside with the flashy Benedetta that Gideon loves so much. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but RRQ, they are sticking it with the Irritio, this time with the Xavier on top of it all. Is it going to be the game-winning factor? Will they pummel their way through towards the next phase? Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 2 between RRQ versus Evo's SG in the upper brackets.
Well, it starts here, and actually, you know, I like this way more. And it's okay. Hold on, it's actually a jungle Benedetta. Okay, makes things even more interesting here, because I was going to get into the point that this is the dynamic that I was talking about, having the multi-dimensional options for you to actually get a win condition. Early action in the mid lane, though, not going to convert into much. But yeah, going back, Benedetta in the jungle could actually end up working out really well, because then even you can transition that into a split push solo decision if you want to, or you can make it work and just block as much as you can, be flashy, use Electro Final Blow to clear minions. Really, there's so much in Benedetta's kit alone that makes it great to watch, and hopefully it works really well for what Evo Singapore is trying to do.
I'm not exactly sure why they decided to go with the switch up. I feel like based on the ideas coming from Evo's SG, they were deciding whether or not it's Benedetta versus Paquito, the El Clasico, right? But before that, hold that thought for now. Seems like a first blood is on his way. Evo's SG to get the catch right here.
Yeah, the Mystic Fields actually connects onto JPL. He is going to receive a lot of amount of damage, so that will force his retreat. But as of right now, both teams are playing it quite aggressively in the early stage of the game. We saw that Gear was trying to do his jungle, but R7 is going to try and disrupt that pattern from happening.
Yep, it's just so difficult to play this as of yet, but I feel like RRQ Oshi underestimated what Sayla was going to do in the early stage of the game, and JPL playing on Akai right from the get-go, I think it's something that a lot of teams do kind of underestimate. A Lolita versus Akai, I feel like Akai kind of comes up on top a little bit earlier compared to Lolita. Like, you kind of need Lolita on maybe like on level 6, level 7, where he comes up online, where his shields start to build a lot in terms of tempo, and possibly when Albert hits his item, but it seems like the fight is about to break down.
Yeah, Vin is going to be caught in the midst of it all, as 4 members are going very heavily onto him. Gear is going to get that first kill onto him, so that is 1 member up for the side of Evo Singapore. They are going to try to take this turtle away from them, but the Dawning Light connects. Unfortunately, it is still going to be Evo Singapore taking it all, but look at this. R7 goes down very extremely, as it is going to be 1 kill for the side of RRQ Hoshi. Another trade here, as Gear is going to be the next to follow.
Worth. I would say that's worth right there. You know, they find that little lead, they find the turtle, and you can already see here, right? They're trying to play on multiple fronts, and even Sayla, this is a lot more aggression and that he can do on this Kagura pick, so it's nice to see here them taking charge this time for game number 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is a different Evo's SG right now, and they can take advantage so much because of this early aggression, right? You need Albert to kind of set up a little bit more, but there's only so much he can do, because if you think about it, Clay on this Saber needs some sort of setup, and the finisher is gotta be Albert, and if he doesn't change his skills properly, things are not gonna look good for him. And considering how mobile Evo's SG can be, especially with this Benedetta matchup, which is kind of anticipated from Evo's SG to be facing off a jungle Paquito, with this switch up, it's gonna put them in a very, very difficult situation for now.
I still want to talk about, again, Nick rolling with this Grok here, has the high and dry, right? So if he's able to find those setups perfectly, or JPL can find those setups. Okay, they actually find him this time. Nick, I'm sorry for talking about you. I gave you the caster curse there, but there you go. That is what I'm talking about, right? If he's later on able to find those setups, there's so much burst potential on the side of Evo Singapore that they can follow those up. But gotta be careful. You're the side lane as this drop.
Yep.
Oh man, Albert is already so aggressive. Did he take that buff away? Oh, he didn't. Gear was still able to get that, but on the bottom side here, R7 just really trying to cut that lane, trying to prevent Nick once again from trying to scale in any shape or form, as R7 here in a 1v1 situation with Gear, but now Gear has to be careful here. R7 is quick to follow.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time here, let's take a look at the JPL's item. He's going for a hybrid regen on the Pull Yourself Together emblem, which is not exactly the best, but at the same time, it's okay. It's the standard meta item pick in terms of roaming. He needs those upkeep when it comes to sustains, and as this tank, he needs to be in and out in all this fight. It seems like they are going to catch on Albert. Oh, the mistakes!
Yes, this is the calm before the storm, as the Numeron Blast unfortunately is going to connect onto a member here, but it is going to be the killing spree as well as a double kill taken in for Albert. So 2 kills on the board for them. They are going to come out on top, and this one as Albert, what is he trying to do here? Don't be too aggressive, as it is going to be Adamir being able to punish them for that kind of situation. But Lemon, look at Lemon. He goes into the fray here, onto the backside. Look at the damage that he is putting onto Adamir. So much pressure, but Vin is here quick to follow. Are they going to be able to take a pick? The answer is no, as they are going to disengage from this for now.
There's still a ton of action up here in the top lane too. I mean, Gear is now going to try to help out because JPL got to be careful.
Oh, seems like this is going to be the fight as well. As you can see, Evo's SG, they are going to bounce back. They managed to punish RRQ's aggression. However, the Numenon Blast from Vin is going to lock Sayla, but this is a Kagura. He's going to be A-okay. However, Clay, will he have his dawning light in time? But R7 from the sides.
R7 from the side is going to look for a play, but unfortunately, the heavy spin goes into clutch, and they will be able to protect Sayla for now. It is going to be R7 to pay the price for being super aggressive in that top side.
Wait a minute, what is going on? Evo ZSG, they finally found the cracks of the confidence coming from RKOshi, because compared to game number 1, it was a complete different side, because RKOshi, they had no reason to overextend that far to actually go make for the plays. I feel like it was a little bit greedy for Lemon to get so much farm right there and still be there, considering that the tier 1 up top was still alive.
That's what I'm saying. The thing here, you know, Sayla actually able to play in this game and do what he wants to do on this Mage Kagura pick, because last game he didn't get to. So right now he is going to be that big factor for them while Adamir buys time. Again, it's not only Adamir, right? It's Sayla now. Gear's doing the best he can as well. And meanwhile, they need to focus on Albert, but the top lane could be the next decision for both teams as they're all crowding out around here. Check out Albert. Like I was saying, he's focused so well on these objectives. He's also got 4 kills himself. This is why I think Jungle Julian is so good.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, as they are going to be trying to contest this turtle. The heavy spin does come into play here, as Vin is caught in a 4v1 situation. The Numenon Blast is going to hit, but unfortunately not too much on anyone. But Gear is going to be punished for the aggression that he has displayed.
Oh my goodness, Gear. That looks so clean with the dodge right there. He was able to dodge it, and he landed the perfect Electo final blow. But like you said as well, the rest of Evo's SG, they were just super stumped. They were overcommitted on this because they didn't have anything to re-engage, and that's just so very unfortunate. But it makes a lot of sense, considering that JPL was able to open up and get the turtle for themselves. But at the same time, RKOshi, look at the items as of now, especially coming from Lemon. He's a little bit slow compared to the previous games, but as of yet, he is still slowly building his items as compared to Adamir, who's got a Blade of Despair as of yet. So he's going to be able to proc on this 50% penalty that allows him to hit harder for any heroes that drops below 50% health.
What's working so well too is Albert has he has the early Genius Wand, right? Paired up with Clay, if you get that set up with your chains and everything, you just knock them up. They already have that reduced magic resistance, so Clay is just, as they say, magic pew pew, right? He sends out the dawning light. It's pretty much big damn at that point. So this is really difficult for Evo Singapore. They're going to have to keep that in mind and also start getting a little more magic resistance, because right now that combination between those two alone is doing quite a bit.
I definitely agree, but RQ, look at this. They are going to try and focus more on Adamir. They need to threaten his position, and so far he's doing so well. Vin showing his mark here. Adamir, can he go for the shot there? It seems like he misses the angle. Immediately the shield comes in. The Numeron Blast as well. Ooh. He flickers forward, but immediately Lemon gets caught out. JPL wants to respond, but there's just not enough Evo's members to actually fight this.
Yeah, the heavy spin does come through in order to just
Albert?
save his life, but Albert here goes to the backside. Is he going to get it? He has to be careful as Adamir is there. The Dawning Light comes through, but JPL is quick to dodge that, and no trade has been done here, except that Aryoshi is able to get that. Oh my god, what? A mega kill secured by the side of Evo Singapore, as that Yin Yang overturn was quick to be able to get Albert's life.
Oh, that was huge. That was outplays coming from JPL. They sacrificed the tier 1, but they forced Albert to overcommit, and because of this means Lord is going to be out for grabs. However, Albert is 10 seconds behind. Looks like RQ, they are going to try and force the fight. Adamir, first one to be pushed back.
Yeah, the Dawning Light does come through here. Adamir is going to take a lot of chunk of health here as the Numnum Blast is trying to get a stun onto JPL, and JPL is going to be a bit of a tissy here. Lemon here is going to be stunned. He gets taken down as that Yin Yang overturn once again is going to be the proving factor of how Evo Singapore comes out on top. Arky Hoshi, they're not going to let this slide as a Dawning Light is going to come through, but unfortunately it is only going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Sayla for Lemon.
What is going on? JPL is on fire. His Akai has been on point, setting up so many plays for the team. And Araki Hoshi, despite all this performance, they were able to lose out on... Evo's SG was able to come up on top with that law trade. However, now Albert finally getting the Divine Glaive, we will expect a little bit more damage. You talked about this as well. Clay also going to be an important factor in hitting those Dawning Lights. And see, the fight's about to break down mid. Seems like there is a little bit of scuffle, but the Lord is going to be pushing from the top side for Evo's SG.
Yeah, Gear is at half health here. I'm not really sure what they want to do. They are going to try and wait some time, I guess, in order for Gear to be able to follow.
Albert.
It is going to be the focus here in that bottom side, but look at this, Vin here already on engage onto JPL. There is the Mystic Fields that does get propped onto JPL, but unfortunately, they do not want to commit onto this as the Lord is just going to be taken down.
This is what I said, you know? Gear's doing exactly what he has to do on the Benedetta, right? Push those lanes out while the rest of the team is focusing on grabbing the Lord or defending, and this is exactly what they have to do. Multi-faceted win streaks here, or win capabilities for their composition. That's what we're seeing. Like you mentioned, JPL is doing a great job here, and hopefully they can keep that up because right now they have a nice little comfortable gold lead, so this will help them scale a little bit, but they have to do this more and more and more because look at the player gold. Right now, Adamir is getting to the point where that Beatrix is getting scary, but they have to be careful.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but seems like they are going to potentially force the fight. Here comes the conceal plays from RQ.
Yeah, the conceal play comes through here for the side of RQ Hoshi, but once again, they don't find a particular target.
Oh,
but it is going to be JPL being able to bait Vin as well as R7. R7 is going to be the first to fall as Adamir claims a kill. The Dawning Light does come through. Albert is able to trade onto JPL, but look at the backside as that is going to be the Yin Yang overturn, being able to chunk a lot of damage, but it was going to be them being traded back. 2-for-1 trade here for the moment as RQ Hoshi is going to come out on top.
Oh, that was so cool coming from JPL. A big heavy spin using two walls at the same time, locking two. That was huge. However, Sayla didn't exactly follow up into the wombo combo. He chose to actually try and dig a dive on those Lemon, and Lemon was able to outplay him completely. And prior to that as well, Lemon just got his Haas Claw, so he's not easily taken down anymore compared to before. So it's a little bit different in terms of itemizations. Hopefully, it is going to be a little bit better. But as of yet, Albert picking up his Winter Trunkin.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, this is what I was saying, right? Sayla had that nice, comfortable gold lead, actually just even kill lead, but at this point, right, RQ has pretty much found that out and knows how to work around it. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Sayla to find those moments for the setups, but it's not saying that that can't still happen. Those are going to be big moments if he can find them, but as you just saw, Lemon was doing a great job to counteract that. A lot of early aggression. R7 also does not want Gear to do that split pushing thing that he's been doing for the past couple minutes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's something that puts off RQ Hoshi's playstyle. They want to just apply so much pressure, but if you think about it, right, compared to game number 1 and game number 2, there's the big difference is RQ Hoshi, they get a big, huge margin lean, and what they do, and ever since they lean, they don't exactly give unnecessary gold away, whereas Evo's SG, they're shoving the lanes, making space, but at the same time, giving economy lead from RQ Hoshi, and because of that, they're able to keep up, and look at this, R7.
Oh no, this isn't good. R7 is being punished for the way that he plays. Evos are trying and starting to be able to read the patterns that he's going for. Arky Hoshi, though, they're trying to look for something, but the Yang Overton connects onto Lemon. Can Lemon get out of this? This is an outplay coming in from Lemon, being able to take Sayla, even though he was in the bottom side of the map. It is going to be Vin here in the backside here, trying to prevent Adamir from dealing out the damage, and it's actually working. The Donnie Light comes through. It is going to be R7, though, getting taken down. Vin goes down next. It is going to be JPL, the next on the chopping block. Let's see what Albert has to say. A double kill has been secured by Adamir, but it is going to be Adamir. No! He gets taken down. 3-for-3 trade here for both teams.
Oh, that was a big clutch coming from Lemon. The Haskell taking advantage, just punishing Sayla's play time and time again. He does this every single time. He preemptively anticipated the situation and came up on top. But Evo's SG, what a performance from Gear. All the way up top, taking R7, mix it in time and steals the Lord in front of them. My goodness, let's check out the replay.
Here's a replay brought to you by TikTok. As you can see, this was a pretty messy fight. Nick was even low here, but look, Lemon getting that regen from the Haas Claws, like you mentioned. Here, able to secure that lore, though. That is going to be big. Buys him a little bit of time. And this was just a battle for that objective.
Oh my goodness, Adamir just completely took away 80% of the health in that snipe against them. That was just so unfortunate, but the fight is breaking down as of yet.
Yeah, R7 here caught in a weird situation against his back on the wall as that charge is going to hit. The Numenon Blast does get popped up, but look at that. Sayla is going to get punished, and once again, the 4th time in the game, he is going to get caught out with and why and because of his aggressive way of nature.
Oh, we've seen this time and time again. Sayla always tries to play. When it works, it looks so good. When it doesn't, this is going to be a payback because Arkeoshi is going to take advantage of the situation. Evos right now has no choice but to back out and respect all this space. But it seems like RQ, they want to get a little bit more considering that Sayla is down, but it's only 10 seconds on the side. Adamir, however, in a very awkward situation. He doesn't want to be outside right now, whereas the rest of RQ is at their base. However, here, he steals a tier 3 right under the noses. RQ, make your decision. What is it going to be? Continue or back off?
That is going to be the question here. I mean, it doesn't seem like Arkehoshi actually had an idea of that this was happening. You mentioned that here using this Benedetta gave them an extra color, and that's exactly what is happening. And Arkehoshi, they don't seem to have an answer for that.
This is, like I said, this is a great way for Evo Singapore to play around because Gear is doing an amazing job, even though he is the jungle here, because Sayla is making some mistakes that could end up costing them a game. He's got to be super careful because a lot of times, even that last fight, he initiated thinking the team was going to go, and then they just backed off. Unfortunately, he gets taken out here. So RQ is anticipating those mistakes coming out from Evo Singapore, and they have to be careful because the next Lord's going to be up in less than 30 seconds, and look at the damage already.
You know, this is exactly the point you want to get on the Xavier, right? We talked about this during Game 1, especially for Evo's SG, but RQ, they're slowly getting there. Even with the Haskell, it looks like bottom side Gear. He's going to get caught out, but Electro Final Blow is going to be A-okay. It's not that easy. It's difficult to catch a Benedetta.
I mean, even if you think about it, right, the Lord is now up, so you get a little bit of resources out, but they really have to be careful about the movement, the space they have on the map, because notice, Gear isn't even near that Lord pin, right? So things are going to set up here, relying on RQ to set pace, and we'll see how this plays out. Gear still pushing that lane, but R7 on his tail.
Yep, and on top side as well, based on the items, you can see they're slowly progressing towards the ultra later stage of the game as well. JPL is almost close to his final item, likewise coming from the Grot. Nick needs a little bit more, but it seems like he is going to opt for a little bit more defensive. Now, bottom side, RQ, they have adapted. They understand this is the El Clasico Benedetta Paquito matchup. This is something they got to do. However, JPL on top, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, JPL goes in for a flank here, but it does get caught out. Arkehoshi read that perfectly, and it is going to be that immortality being popped up as a killing spree has been picked up by Albert.
Oh, this is really unfortunate, but it's not going to be over yet because RQ, they still want more Evo's SG. Look at this. Sayla, he's going to get forced out. Can he dodge R7? He's going for the pros. Adamir looking for the snipe. Can't do anything, but the rest of RQ is going to be focusing on the Lord, while Evo's SG can't exactly do too much. But from behind, pay attention to his Gear. He's looking for the steal. Is it going to happen? Lemon, does he scout this out?
This is going to be the important question. Is this going to be Gear going heavily onto that Lord? But look at this. A 3 triple stun connects onto this, but look at Lemon outplay all the odds. It is going to be Albert being taken down. The immortality from Gear gets popped off, but another kill has been taken into the hands of Arkehoshi. 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord.
Like, Gear had the right idea.
Oh.
But Lemon, with the speed, that sprint, and just Irithyll in general, how do you catch her?
Oh, that is so very difficult. Evo SG, they're forced to back out. The dotting line comes in to scare them off guard. But Evo SG, they tried their best, but that was a very, very difficult thing to do. They had to go for the coin 50-50 coin flip. And despite all that, Gear has been winning most of them. All it takes is just one. And RRQ has got it. And it looks like they are going to be knocking onto the base of the Evo SG. And JPL, what is he going to do?
But this time around, Sayla already has that Holy Crystal, so expect larger amounts of damage. And we'll see if Lemon can actually outplay this one. The Mystic Field connects onto JPL as R7 is trying to do some damage onto him. Unfortunately, the Numnon Blast does not connect, and that is a huge resource wasted by the side of RRQ Hoshi. They understand this limit, and they will be retreating for now.
Yeah, this is so smart coming from Lemon, taking advantage of the sprint game coming in, but he might actually get caught out. He doesn't have the sprint. He pops his ultimate. That's a big catch coming for EVO's SG, but looks like they are going to have to back off as the middle lane is pretty much cleared off, and Adamir has no choice but to defend, and that's going to do a lot of damage on the Crystal. Meanwhile, on the minimap as well, Gear is already starting to make the cross-map plays as of yet, but this time, RKOG, they might be responding to this, and Gear has to be very, very patient about this play coming up very, very soon.
Here's the win condition, right? You can see 4 members of EVO Singapore just staying together. Gear, go do your thing. So RQ has to be conscious of that and not let him. Wow, that's really close right there.
Oh, he
but
doesn't.
This is what they have to do, right? They kind of have to babysit those side lanes because we've seen it happen before where that split push can win a game if you're not careful, despite this lead. So right now, RQ showing just how disciplined they can be. If they want to, honestly, with the base being open here, they control so much of the map that they can just wait for the next Lord to come up and then push in for another turret and just do things slow and steady because that is the best case scenario. Meanwhile, they have to babysit any lane that Gear chooses to go to.
Wow, interesting choice coming from Lemon. Instead of going for the power potion, he opted to go for the rock potion to keep things alive, because as long as he survives, his sprint and his Heart's Claw is going to keep him alive and to progress even more. So interesting, but at the same time, I feel like EVO's SG, they are waiting on those immortality timings. And once that's up, that is where they force the issue. However, with 20 seconds left for this next Lord fight, you can see EVO's SG, they're just so afraid. They want to go for the crossback plays instead of challenging the Lord.
I don't know, it seems like for the way that EVO Singapore is playing, RRQ Hoshi is starting to get a read on it, right? They understand that they do want to be able to take out Lemon in the backside, and therefore you see Gear trying to rotate towards that backside and JPL trying to get rotating towards that backside. But the way that they do that, RRQ Hoshi is able to punish them and eventually pick them off, and then that gives them a man advantage. So now it seems like EVO Singapore, they're looking for a different idea. Perhaps they want to go in just straight for look for a team fight, as now we are going to see as the Lord has already spawned in the Land of Dawn.
Oh, RRQ, they don't exactly know where EVO's SG, because as of now, you can see EVO's SG is so deep into his enemy territories, but at the same time, they're just so afraid to make these plays. They want to see what kind of reactions EVO's do, because as of now, finally, after a long-awaited moment, Gear shows himself in the middle lane, but he's not giving a lot of information, because where's the rest of the teammates? They don't exactly know, because if Albert decides to go for the purple buff, as of now, they might actually fall off, but EVO's SG, they give up control. They're afraid. They need somebody to check the Lord, and guess what? The base from Wind capping the Lord forced EVO's to back off in this situation.
The spider sense was tingling. They waited forever in that bush and nothing came of it. So now they're just like, you know what? Let's just go start the Lord. Maybe we can force RRQ into his mistake. And right now, R7's got to clear that lane out and join the team. His Lord's going to be less than half health.
Yeah, the Dawning Light was there to open up the map, but look at the Lord here. It is going to be chunked down rather easily. The Deadly Spin does come through, but the Numeron Blast connects onto the members of all the members of obviously Singapore. Adamir goes down first, and that's exactly who you want to be picking off. But on the flip side, it is going to be Lemon being taken off the board. 2 members is next, Sayla as well as Nick, and Gear is forced to really run away with his life.
Oh, they weren't expecting this. EVO's SG was so focused on the Lord, but RRQ was so focused on their positioning, and because of this 50-50 play, they got them all clumped up in the Lord pit, and Clay was just dishing out so much damage. And with this plays, it's going to be difficult to defend, because now RRQ is going to take advantage of the death timers of EVO's SG's deaths. 22 minutes of clock. You can see everyone is down towards at least more than 40 seconds on the death timer.
Man, Gear is doing work this game, because he has not only been split pushing, but he's been grabbing the Lords. Despite those like crazy team fights happening around the Lord pit, And so he is continuously buying time for Evo Singapore to somehow find a moment in this game. You got to give it up to Nick too, because Nick was able to find Lemon. He has to be able to do that continuously or another time, because as soon as you take out Lemon, your chances of winning those team fights is much higher.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Albert getting his magic potion means he is going to hit a little bit harder. But as of yet, Lemon, you can see most of these team fights, he's able to do a lot of damage onto his Nick. But the rest of the teams, they don't exactly do too much. They rely so much still on Clay's burst potential on this Xavier. And it's understandable why they're afraid to do so. But I feel like Gear is just an absolute monster. He's just doing so much work in all this split push potential. And RRQ, they had no choice but to react to every single time. And you can even see that before the Lord fight as well, they were just so afraid of what Evo's actually can do to them. They are waiting for some sort of reactions coming in from Gear.
And right now, this is the babysitting, right? R7 knows he can't let Gear have free reign. JPL might be looking for something now.
Yeah, Heavy Spin does come through here. It does connect onto Finn for a while. But unfortunately, it is only onto the Roamer. Evo Singapore, they don't want to waste too many resources on that. But the Mystic Fields connects onto JPL. He gets taken a little bit low, but it's still enough for him to progress into the later stage of the game, as Gear is going to be caught out here, is still able to use his abilities to escape that situation.
Yeah, one thing really smart coming from Evo SG is that they've got so much mobility and distraction.
Yeah.
They're trying to force Lemon to sprint as quickly as he can. The moment he pops it off, that's the goal time to actually challenge, because without the sprint, Lemon is not going to be able to do a lot of damage in all these situations. And currently, they're trying to bait each other, but there's just nothing happening. They're just so patient. And who could blame them, right? It's 24 minutes of the game. There's just so much things happening across the map. And RQOshi is just playing very, very safe. And Evo's SG now, Gear, gonna try and shove up the lane once again, but this time with 8 seconds on the clock for this next enhanced Lord, RQOshi. How will they respond? JPL just having so much control of the situation as of yet.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure, so much potential that JPL can have. One deadly spin onto Albert, let's say, is just going to cost them that next Lord. And I gotta say, I mean, 25 minutes in, this is already an involved Lord. So this is going to be a huge taking, and that is why it is very important. Evo Singapore, they don't want to make that same mistake, but it seems like they might be rotating towards that top side as that deadly spin connects onto Vin. But Vin is caught in a weird situation where the members of the other friends are not in that area. Vin is going to be taken down quite low here, as Adamir is going to be also very forced to go back away. But look at that. That deadly charge just goes on very aggressively onto Vin, as Albert is going to be the one to be taken down. And this is good for the side of Evo Singapore. R7 here onto Adamir, already receiving a lot of damage. But look at that. Look at that yin-yang overturn, getting that member down. A killing spree has been given to the side of RQ Hoshi, though, as it is going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
Yo, Gear is just playing out of his mind, but as of now, he's going to try and take a jab onto his Clay, but this is a very, very tanky Xavier as of yet. But still, his plays down early on with the Electro Final Blow, completely cutting off RQ's retreat, and because of that, they were able to isolate the fight, and that was a huge play coming from Gear to play the map properly. They just don't want to fight in a close spot, because that allows Clay to do his thing. But as of yet, Evos, they are going to get a very, very easy taking onto his lot, potentially, considering that Albert is taken out. This is a huge moment for Evos SG if they decide to make a comeback for this.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like Albert is going to be there, so the chances of them stealing this is going to be quite low. It doesn't seem like Araki Hoshi wants to try this, but it does seem like it is going to be very focused onto Adam here. But look at this, Lemon here already trying to get to that area. R7 is forced to back away, as it is going to be an uncontested Lord given by Araki Hoshi to the hands of Evo Singapore.
Big play coming out here for Evo Singapore. This could turn this tide of the game if they can be careful enough to push in the base. This would be a moment for Gear to be like, wow, my hard work is paying off. They've bought time. They've pretty much evened out the items at this point with some minor changes that will happen amidst the game. But look at the damage. Clay is still leading that. Lemon as well. Adamir, though, as we saw from the last fight, is pumping out that Beatrix signature damage, so they have to be weary of that. Now, with this powered-up Lord, that's another factor here as they get ready to push into the base.
Agreed. I'm not going to lie. I felt like Adamir and as well as Gear just popping off. Adamir was so close to dying on top, but he popped the Wind of Nature, dodging and taking all the combos from R7 in time and allowing him to actually come online. But as of yet, this is going to be turned around.
Oh my god, that deadly spin into the backside is huge. Unfortunately, there was no one that it connected onto, but look at that final blow coming into the play from the side of Gear. It does deal a little bit of damage onto Lemon, but not enough to take his life. The final blow does connect. Unfortunately, nothing else is going to happen as that Lord is going to be taken down very, very soon. Adamir in a tough position as R7 is going very aggressively onto him, but once again, Nick it goes in with that wild charge. Unfortunately, it is going to be Hoshi being able to flicker away from it. The Noonan Blast does not connect onto anyone in particular. Albert, though, taking a lot of damage, but JBL, he is going to get that popped off. Unfortunately, that yin-yang overturn is still not able to get Albert's life. He is one slippery jungler.
Oh, that was so close. Adamir as well was trying to make the plays. Evo says she just dancing around with RRQ Hoshi, trading blows after blows after blows. This is getting to a point that is so difficult. It could be any points game, and Evo's SG has been looking for this kind of opportunities throughout the entirety of the fight, and it's just so very hard. We just reached to a point where everybody's got to have those immortalities. 28 minutes into the game, the death penalty is going to be very, very high. You cannot afford to die at all at this stage of the game.
Yeah, which means JPL has to be that much careful, right? Because his was popped. So now, if they automatically lose someone at this point in the game, almost 30 minutes, it's pretty tough, right, to come back through that number disadvantage. And the next Lord comes up in 40 seconds. At this point, any mistake is going to cost you the game. R7 even picking up a Malefic Roar here, switching some items around here, has that Athena shield too. So at the same time, he has to be the one also to either help protect Lemon, or even initiate if Vin can't get there. Because you notice they're having a hard time getting to Adamir.
Yep, at the same time, so we do see 4 immortalities up on Evo's SG, whereas RRQ Hoshi, they've only got 3. So the 2 players that has to be extremely careful is going to be Lemon and Clay, because if they get taken out, that's going to be a long death timer before the next fight comes. And I think Evo's SG wants to try and capitalize on this situation. However, a little bit of an item swap coming from Lemon as well, switching the Demon Hunter's sword to deal with this tanky composition, which is known by Gear, as well as JPL and Nick on this composition.
And definitely the calm before the storm here, as it is going to be another Evolved Lord here marching down into the Land of Dawn. Let's see who has the first take onto it. It does seem like Evo Singapore is ahead in that type of space, but Vin here is trying to open up the map. He does spot Nick there. But look at this from JBL into the backside. This might be a mistake. Lemon is taken very low, but look at that flicker play coming in from JBL. Award-winning. Sayla here is going to be the next one to fall, but it is going to be the Noonan Blast connecting to seal the deal. Nick here forced to retreat. Albert and Vin looking for something.
Oh, Clay, what are you doing?
He's caught in a bad situation. That back up immortal pick coming in from Clay, though. It is going to be popped off, but Adamir, look at Adamir. Adamir is going to deal so much damage, but it actually is going to be Adamir being the one to receive so much damage. Albert here, is he going to be taken down? R7, it is all just a really bad situation for the side of Evo Singapore, but that deadly spin comes into clutch. R7, what can he do? As Adamir once again is going to be able to take another point on the board.
Oh, what a clutch coming from Adamir. What an absolute performance. Played it so well. Well done coming from Vin, but eventually Evo comes up on top. Adamir lives the Tattletale, but he has to forego and back off and defend. The minions are coming in, and RRQ Hoshi, they're just dropping the ball, and Evo's SG just finds the biggest pick of their lives. However, it's not over yet. Now, the Lord is alive. Lemon is 15 seconds left. Vin is 50 seconds. Albert still has the vicinity. They can challenge the Evolved Lord, but 31 minutes of the game, the Lord is just so hard to kill, and this is going to be a difficult spot to be in. Do they want to force the Lord, or do they wait on everyone? Because they need all hands on deck if they want to cleanly take this Lord 31 minutes into the game.
I don't think anyone's going to cleanly take the Lord here, because you just saw that little team fight. That wasn't even around the Lord pit, right? And right after another, the immortalities were popping. No one could catch Adamir that second time. If they were actually able to catch him, then that could have been most likely the Lord for them and then the game. But right now, you got to give it up to Adamir, playing out of his mind. The positioning is right on point. And at the same time, Nick finding the target. Once again, Lemon is going to be the main focus here. If they can handle that, he has no immortality, right? He's pretty much pure damage. Agreed. You can see already, they want to start baiting RRQ Hoshi down into that pit. Gear is still at the top lane, might put pressure up there, because they also would really like to get some of those tier 3 turrets down in the base, because it could help them. Right now, everybody being super careful for this Lord.
Yeah, the beauty of the Haasclaw, man. Adamir, before that fight actually happened, he was able to swap up his Haasclaw to keep him alive, and that's how strong it is, especially into the later stage of the game. And look at the player goal coming from Adamir. He swapped up his items time and time again. However, hold that thought for now. Sayla trying to make a play on Lemon again. Lemon is just at constant edge right now, where Evo's SG is always eyeing for his life.
Yeah, but unfortunately, a lot of resource from the side of RQ Hoshi have been wasted. So Sayla was able to actually bait a really good resource, even though he had to use his own Yin Yang overturn.
Yep, it's not at the end of the world yet, but once again, EVOS SG, they still have to play this very, very safely, but our RQ is in a very, very difficult spot to actually play this as well. It's just not worth fighting Lord. It's just so very difficult to hit. And as the game goes on by, that Lord is going to hit like a truck. It's just not worth taking the damage. And look at this. They are going to try and bait it out, but damage output, look at this gear. It's just, he is a tank. He's getting hit pretty hard by this Lord as of yet.
Unfortunately, they are one man down here. It does seem like R7 is going to be in the top side, so it does seem like EVOS Singapore, they have the man advantage. R7 here trying to open up the map, but look at how much damage Adamir is receiving from that beautiful dawning light. EVOS, they are on the run. They are going to retreat from this, but it might be Gear actually looking for a steal onto that Lord. RQ Hoshi, they understand that this is a huge potential for happening, and therefore will not be able to commit onto this just yet.
Yep, it's not over yet. Adamir was able to regain his health by clearing up the minions because of the hard claw. Fortunately for them, they are able to reset the Lord. That one could have been a disastrous performance if RRQ Hoshi managed to keep on aggression, but it's not over yet. Seems like the fight is about to break down. Nope, looks like the Guardian Bro will save the day. Adamir left alone. Lemon goes for the challenge, but Luminon Blast misses the mark. Adamir, he's going to turn the tide, but Lemon almost killing him off. Win looking for the play, but they are out of position. RRQ, they are going to try and turn the tides, but EVOS SG, they want to stall this for the team, but Lemon also still alive, but on the sides. Sayla making an attempt on R7 is not going to happen, but looks like they are going to go for reset once again. It's just a full dance-off coming from both of these teams. Nothing much has been lost. It's just been trading blows after blows.
You could even see how careful Lemon is playing, right? Like, he was able perhaps to be able to get that engage, but he didn't want to take that risk, understanding that it is already 34, almost 35 minutes in the game.
This is quite the long game here, and as you can see just how careful everyone's being. I mean, Immortalities are pretty much online again, so this is going to be the push and pull situation. R7 Gear, their own eternal battle, trying to push lanes out. Still, I mean, each base has one inhibitor turret down. It's just in different lanes, so they're playing around that, but still, it comes down to just look at the gold laners. There's so much reliance on both of them, and they're both doing it right now. So at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whichever one gets taken out. The hard part is both teams trying to find their targets because everyone's playing so defensively and carefully right now.
Agreed. This has got to be the longest game so far in MSC as of yet. And I feel like this is so difficult to watch, especially when all hands are on deck coming from EVOS SG. They need to make sure that Lemon gets taken out right from the get-go. And Lemon so far still doesn't have his immortality. And this is so frustrating to play. Just look at how Lemon positions himself every single time. With the sprint, with his mobility, he's just so quick and it's just so difficult to actually one-shot him right from the get-go. And I feel like the only one that can do it is pretty much Adamir. But every single time that happens, Adamir was forced in a situation to commit to fights with his teammates rather than going for those 1v1 pickoffs against Lemon.
Man, right now, I mean, look at Gear and R7 in the top lane, right? They're both literally just cutting the lanes. Meanwhile, everyone, the stalemate here at the pit, right? If we talk about it, it's going to be a stalemate pretty much for the longest time until someone decides to pull the trigger. It's just pretty much reliance on who does that, who has the initiative to actually start something and hope that they come out on top. Because when all these immortalities are reset, you might pull something amazing off, but because that immortality buys a little bit of time, it's really hard to capitalize on that to make it a numbers advantage. Look, right now, it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, it does seem like the Yin Yang overturn is going to use that for this game, but look at this. It is going to be the members coming in from RQ Hoshi being pinned down to that turret. But look at this, EVOS Singapore, they are able to get another trade on the board. 3 members taken down. This is a huge mistake for RQ Hoshi. This might be the moment that EVOS Singapore have been waiting for, the mistake, and this might be it.
Oh my goodness, patience paid off from Sayla. He waited for the bush, he caught them all, and now 60 seconds on the sidelines with only Lemon to defend. So very difficult to do so, but now EVOS SG, they need some sort of minions to work with. Win is just blocking all the shots, keeping the minion alive. It's only 1 minute, but at the same time, what are they doing? EVOS SG, they're blocking the minions as well. Win, they have to finish him off. It's going to be A-okay, but once again, they need to buy some sort of time. They need some sort of minutes, and it is going to come in down as they push down towards the middle turret in this vicinity.
Oh my god, but look at this. All deck on board here. 2 members, but oh my god, that is going to be it. 1 mistake cost RRQ Hoshi the game. Evo Singapore with an upset victory is going to be taking this away from RRQ Hoshi. We have a series on our hands.
Yeah, it's been 3 games all the way through today. The whole day has been close matches after close matches. What a performance coming from both EVOS SG as well as RRQ, because that was a well-worth game for EVOS SG, man.
Who would have it another way, right? First day of the playoffs, every game goes the distance. You gotta say, you gotta give it up literally to EVO Singapore here. I mean, they take down the Kings of RRQ one game and they take it to a game 3. Look at that. I mean, Nick was making those plays on that Grok. I mean, he has to be proud of himself there, because it was literally, when it comes down to this moment, it was what 37 minutes? It's pretty much a team effort here. Insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just hit a brand new PCO record for the day with 1.5 million people watching live for this match. That was how close it got between RRQ as well as EVOS SG. What a game to be watching right now. What a day to be alive, Eterna.
That's day 1.
Yeah, it's only day 1.
Day one of the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Let's go. Why not? 38 minutes in the game. Why not?
Let's do another one.
Yeah.
40 minutes
take
this
it to
time
50.
for third game. 50 minutes. Let's test the limits. Let's go to an hour here between EVOS Singapore as well as RRQ Hoshi, because they deserve that much attention.
Yep,
that was so well played by both of them.
Yep, at the same time, let's take a look at what the analyst has to say about that match.
Welcome to the post-game here. I am shook, because once again, we are seeing an El Clasico that everybody knows and loves, but this time from their brothers from across the sea. It's crazy to see how long these games can go, man.
You're shocked, I'm Leo, you're Gideon, and we're about to break down that almost 40-minute matchup between EVOS, SG, and RRQ Hoshi. It was so easy. Honestly, it was so easy to just say, oh, RRQ sweeping, man, especially with the way they played game number 1.
Absolutely.
But EVOS, SG, everyone from this majority SEA Games bronze medalist squad came in and just woke up.
It's huge. Honestly, I think it was huge plays being made all across the board. Yes, they did kind of have a slow start here, but once they started to pick up the pace, once they started to understand patterns and realize that even RRQ can bleed, they believed in themselves to take it to the next level, and this is what this squad was all about.
They took the Sangraja to the limit, and they took all of us to the limit, now reaching an all-time high for this MSC 2022. We've reached past 1-point-something million viewers. If you're watching with us from across the world, from the west, from the north, from the south, wherever you're from, yo, this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If we're not over the third series of the night, Todak vs Omega, how much more this?
Yeah, I mean, everybody is coming guns blazing for MSC 2022. I cannot imagine what is the start for the rest of the year, but it's this moment that is keeping everybody at the edge of their seats here. I don't know, it's taking a while to compile all that data. The game was just that long, but the plays made consistently by EVOS, who's actually pressing the agenda in comparison to RRQ, that's what surprised me the most.
A few numbers we can look at is the KDA on Gear, who, by the way, was playing worth 3 or 4 heroes in the jungle on that Benedetta. He made us a believer when he brought out his signature hero in the World Championships, but now out of the jungle, he made so much for EVOS SG possible. He pushed, again, RRQ Hoshi, MPL ID Season 9 champions to the limit. Cleared waves, went deep in, and looking at his build, he went for all tank. It's an all-tank Benedetta.
Exactly. Benedetta, unfortunately, does not scale as hard as you would want it to. So he's going to take those item power spikes as soon as possible throughout the mid-game and slowly transition it into a tank build. With the score 21-21. What a game this is.
Looking at RRQ Hoshi, for a majority of this matchup, again, it was almost 40 minutes. You could have sworn it was theirs, right? They penetrated bottom relatively early into this game, but as soon as EVOS SG found their swing back, as soon as EVOS SG found that, hey, if we can protect Adamir long enough and we can make RRQ Hoshi frustrated enough to say, how about this, how about this, how about we fight this? Then we're on through something, right? RRQ Hoshi, for a long time, Clay was deathless, but to what to what end, right?
Yep.
The savior here in this game reminds us of the savior from the group stage we're in. Yes, there is CC. Yes, there is the magical Pew Pew TM, but it's just so hard to kill the members of EVOS SG, and it leads to not much.
Well, I mean, yes, it is difficult to kill their members, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Gear, in particular, was able to steal the Lord so many times. We were up to our 5th Lord at this point. Gear getting a majority of these plays. Well done for EVOS SG here. And I think even for RQ Hoshi, once they started to get nervous, you could definitely see them be a little hesitant to move forward and make those big plays.
I'd like to highlight as well JPL on that Akai.
Oh.
Prior to the series, I would have been sour on a roamer Akai, but here, with the way he played it, zoned out so many of RQ Hoshi. R7 is usually so good at finding his targets. With that Akai, with a heavy spin that he puts out just almost perfectly every single time, nothing. RQ Hoshi could do nothing to Sayla nor Adamir on the Beatrix. Looking at the stats, man, we're almost hitting millions on the damage dealt overall.
Yeah, we're getting super, super close to them. And I mean, everybody was playing a really strong game here. Overall, you would have thought that someone like Julian, for an example, would have scaled off and wouldn't be able to have as much impact as he did. But still, the Sangraja himself still able to pull out some very nutty plays, especially when it's when it comes down to shutting down Sayla so he can't kill the one and only Lemon.
Damage taken, damage dealt. RQ Hoshi putting numbers on the board, but when it comes down to the execution, to making it work, to going to an end that is beneficial to your team, which is the game number 3, it all goes over to EVOS SG. Something to note as well, total heals. There's so much, 2.4k. Did anybody build a Sea Halberd? Did anybody build a Sea Halberd? Our MVP, Adamir, he has the Has Claws once more. This is where the Sea Halberd would have come in close. There's a clutch. There is a dominance ice somewhere in RQ Hoshi, but it's not enough.
It's really not enough. And Sayla having some of the most insane clutches I have seen on a Beatrix, getting chased so deep into the game where it matters the most, down to the wire it came to his life. But Adamir played it well. He had a team to back him up. And again, this Haas Claw build pickups from a lot of the marksman players here at MSC is really showing its value.
Once more, if you haven't heard the news yet, ladies and gentlemen, Haas Claws to the moon. It is literally just the hotness right now. Pick him up. I mean, it's not like it's scarce. You can buy it every game, but it's working for about 90% of marksmen right now.
I mean, the itemizations here is just one thing. There's so much happening. Let's check out the highlights here just for you guys.
40 minutes again, 38 something. We set the record earlier with RSG and Falcon, where we broke it. Well, they broke it.
Well, they broke it constantly. I mean, again, they've already broken records here. This is an El Clasico of a lifetime. And, you know, EVO Singapore is really showing what they got, avenging their brothers one at a time. And I think for the majority of this game, RRQ had a lot of control of this one play here, making all the difference.
JPL set it up. The rest of EVOS SG came in and ate well. I mean, give it up to Lemon and Vin. I love him. I love him to death, but 2v5? 2v5? No way.
Yeah. The odds were just stacked against them. At the end of the day, it's still a numbers game once you've reached max item and really pushed yourself to the limits.
And of course, the kit, you're looking at the Airtel, sure damage, but wave clear, you have to attack those minions the old-fashioned way. You have a great stun on the Lolita, but in the face of 5 fully built heroes, it's very, very difficult. I have the exact numbers now, courtesy of the lovely Marakino. 1.5 million. 1.5 million. Let's keep it up. It is day 1, and as well 37:44. About 38 minutes. Let's call it 40. It's amazing. This is a This is a marathon.
This is day 1, by the way, of the playoffs. This is just the first day. We're not even close to finishing MSC anytime soon. So, guys, I don't know. Keep supporting your favorite teams because they're going to need every ounce of energy.
We are. Everyone watching. I mean, whether you're Singaporean, Malaysian, Filipino, Indonesian, American, folks from BTK, they love it.
They love it, absolutely. Shout out to everybody watching. With this being said, we are gonna go on a short break, a much needed break. You guys enjoy. We'll be right back.
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies.
What a day to be alive here in Malaysia, here at MSC 2022. Welcome back and thank you guys for joining us for this next match. It is going to be the deciding match between EVOS SG as well as RRQ. Who is it going to be? Who's the one that goes to forward and who's the one that's going to be dropping down the lower brackets? Stay tuned to find out. And of course, we have hit our new PCO milestone early on and I'm looking to hit more with all of you guys at home. Once again, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Eterna as well as Naisu, as we are going to be taking you through the commentary of today. And it has been an insane games so far. And like I said, the PC record right now on screen, we have a milestone to achieve. And so far today, we've hit more than 1.5. And our new record to be achieved by the end of the entire MSC is going to be 2.5. And the current one, oh, it actually got bigger. It was 1.5, now it's 1.6. All right.
Wow, thank you so much to everyone watching for the love, and hopefully you guys can help support us all through the way to the end, because this is only the first day of the playoffs.
Agreed, I definitely agreed, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But as of now, this is going to be the redeem codes, because you guys have helped us achieve the PCO milestone. These are the codes down below, and claim it before it's gone. This is new. You know, they even included a code and what they're gonna get and expect. There's gonna be a percentage down below. You can actually get yourself some skins on below as well. Look at the redeem code. I'm eyeing for a saber skin. You know, the saber.
Wait,
saber
this is
saber skin.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
I'm literally like reading this. This is crazy.
A
There's
lot.
actually some really good rewards there, and I believe 1,000 times, so only 1,000 claims. I'm assuming that's what it means. So, who's ever faster out there? I mean,
It's gonna be me.
There's obviously, well.
Yeah, I can see
You
the.
can't see it.
I can see the phone
I'm
right
so
there.
quick
No
on
wonder
my-
you're so
yeah.
quiet, huh? I get it. I
got
get
it. I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
I
Really?
got it.
What
I
did
got
you get?
it. I got an emblem.
Oh, that sucks to be you.
I think they are saving the best for the viewers.
All right, I get it. But ladies and gentlemen, now with 20 seconds left before the game trees drafts, any suggestions so far? Any adaptations coming from RRQ and EVOS SG? Guys, any thoughts? Naisu.
Man, you know, that last game, I don't know what you could have changed there. It was literally it came down to the execution factor, right? I mean, they both had great drafts. They both handled it well. And at the same time, I'm just glad to see a Benedetta come out, you know, and be that kind of win condition that caused so much pressure around the map. I feel like, I don't think it's worth, you know, banning that type of hero out, but it could be a potential thing that EVO Singapore brings out one more time, or something similar to that, because it worked so well for them. Again, they didn't just focus on Adamir, right? That's the mistake they made in Game 1. So maybe they go in with that similar kind of mindset, that play style for this Game 3, because think about it. This could be huge, right? They send RRQ to the lower bracket if they win this game.
Oh, that's gonna put a lot of heart-breaking moments for everyone, especially for Eterna as well, who's like I said as well, RRQ being the only Indonesian team so far in the playoffs, and this is not. This is kind of worrisome. I thought it was gonna be a clean game coming from RRQ, seeing how they did. How they do EVOS SG sturdy in game number 1. Game 2, this was a big fight coming from EVOS SG.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to show of how important it is to adapt. So RRQ Hoshi, they tried to pull the same thing twice, and that was just not going to float for the side of EVO Singapore. They adapted really well with that Benedetta pick coming through, and we'll see what RRQ Hoshi has to say about this, because with the way that this is going, people are starting to understand what makes RRQ Hoshi very strong. They go for those aggressive plays. The Franco has been banned, as you can see, with the Ling as well as the Esmeralda, but from the side of RRQ Hoshi, they've actually opted to once again ban away the Natalia, the Valentina, as well as that Kogura, respecting Sayla on this type of hero. But this time, it's going to be a little swap, right? Because now RRQ Hoshi with the first pick is going to be securing that Akai.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm looking forward to see what they are going to adapt as well. I know EVOS SG, they did bring off a Digi to match up against Akai when they were playing in the SEA Games as well. That's what got them the bronze medal, right? So they might keep it as an option, as an option up in the air as of yet. They don't want to show it too much, but I feel like they should be prioritizing on the usual comfort picks, and that is going to be potentially maybe the Beatrix again up for Adamir, even though it's not banned. So it looks like it is going to be the case again for Adamir.
Solid choice. Okay, and they take the Julian, right? So most of EVOS SG's bans are just straight up respect bans, right? Also, if there's who knows if this is actually going to happen, right? But this is the time that they could potentially pull out a pocket pick.
Oh yeah.
Not saying it's going to be the Cyclops, right? But who knows? Because this could be an opportunity for them. That's like the decision you have to make. Do we go and bring something surprising out, or do we stick to our comfort like you guys are saying? Now, again, one of the awesome things about Julian, you can take this as a plus or a negative. He is so flex, right? So still, it's leaving RRQ wondering, where, again, is Julian going, right? We already know how to handle around this Beatrix. We've got the Akai. We lock in the 1-1 and the Xavier.
Man, I did not see that. Oh my god, that completely went over my head. The 1-1 was left open for the side of RRQ Hoshi to take. Now, this is a huge hero, a make it or break it hero, will you, as I don't know, majorly of the time we see her actually being banned away. And now RRQ Hoshi has also have their hands on the Xavier. So all three really good picks for the side of RRQ Hoshi, and I'm wondering what EVOS will have to say about this.
Yeah, and it's a little bit worrisome as well. I was expecting maybe the 1-1 being picked up from side of EVOS SG, but they prioritize on the Beatrix as well as the Julian. But based on the little stats as well, Julian has pretty much been banned or picked for about 28 times throughout the entire MSC since the group stages, but with only a 50% win rate. It just shows you, even though it's a new hero, we've talked about it throughout group stages all the way now. Julian, pretty broken, multi-role, multi-talent in the right hands, it can be very devastating, but so far, the win rates show otherwise. What are your thoughts on this, Naisu?
I mean, the first day of group stage, like, that was the hot topic. That even popped up on the screen for all the viewers to wonder also and join the conversation. Like, where does Julian fit in the meta? What's his best role? And I think even up to this point, we don't have that definite answer yet. And who knows if by the end of this whole tournament, you know, maybe we'll have the answer. But right now, the win rate is construed because teams are trying him in different areas. And right now, hopefully, this is going in the jungle, because I feel like if you look at that, maybe that's the highest win rate for this Julian so far. So with that being said, I mean, going back to the bans here, EVOS Singapore is going to take out this Uranus. I mean, we have to consider XP lane matchups, right?
Yeah.
Grok even here, most likely going in the hands of Nick. Where is that going to go?
Good question as well when it comes to that vicinity. They've been targeting R7's hero in particular, and I feel like R7, he played a pretty decent Paquito in that game, but it was something that EVOS actually was anticipating. They mirrored out with the Vendetta jungle, which is something they do have the tendency to lean on. But I feel like right now, the biggest threat is how do they deal with the 1-1 as well as the heavy spin at the same time coming from EVOS SG. Do they force pick the Diggy just to deal with the Akai, or do they force maybe a Phoveus, which is I'm not a big fan of it now, ever since it was introduced as a way to deal with mobility heroes. And as of now, I think that their biggest threat right now is how do they deal with this 1-1.
But you gotta say, I mean, the Esmeralda has been banned away, so that definitely is a good setup for EVOS if they want to consider picking it up for themselves. But for the side of RRQ Hoshi, I do understand that the Uranus has been banned, understanding that this Akai is a flex pick. We've seen it in the hands of R7, and he goes crazy with it. He goes in for the flanks, he's able to make a really good engage, really catching it off guard, and that Phoveus is going to be the read from the side of RRQ Hoshi, and it is instantly banned away for EVOS.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with this ban because, you know, a lot of teams has adapted to it, but at the same time, maybe Lemon just doesn't want to stand still. He wants to be always constantly running around, just like how he plays his Irritail. So it makes a lot of sense why he would ban it as a safety net, but yeah, hopefully it doesn't contrast too much as a bigger problem. Because as of now, EVOS SG, they've got so many options to deal with this. Grok, once again, flexible, being able to play role, able to play XP. But I feel like the biggest question has always been, what is Gear gonna play? Time and time again, EVOS SG, they keep him for the last as a clutch pick to turn things around.
I'm wondering about, okay, I was going to say, what about the mid pick, right? They lock in the Sicilian. I was thinking, you know, Eve is open, and that could have worked well also, but teams are likely to fall on the Sicilian because of that late game potential scaling. I mean, this is infinite scaling we're talking about. So at some point, those bad impacts really do hurt, and you're talking about pairing it up with a Beatrix, right? We've talked about Beatrix so much, but Sicilian is a good option here. Not only that, but you also have CC potential, right? So those claws could cause some havoc. Again, you have to think, how do we counter the biggest threat so far over here for RRQ, which is the 1-1. People like to say, you get a team that has 1-1, your chances of winning are pretty good. But if the team can counter around that, it's going to help them out a lot. So, answer from RRQ.
What?
Is this right? This is going to be the debut
Wow.
here for Kaja, and also they're rounding it out with the Cho pick.
I haven't seen this for a very, very long time, but I like it. Just because of how they dealt it in game number 1, RRQ, they tend to lean on pick of potential. They had the Franco in that vicinity with the Cho. This time they're using identical concept by using the Divine Judgment alongside the Way of Dragon. But to top it all, they've got the heavy spin. So it's something that EVOS might struggle a little bit more, and they might, like you said as well, I feel like this is a good time to be picking a DK as a support for EVOS to deal with all these CCs coming from RRQ.
I'm a little confused. To be honest. I don't know who is going where. We haven't seen a Kaja pick being picked up by RRQ Hoshi even last season in our MPL. So I'm quite interested to know who is going where. But as you can see here, EVOS is going to, finish things off with the Lolita pick here coming through as that roamer.
Yeah, the Lolita shields is just good to deal with the Way of the Dragon. They needed some sort of response, and I feel like maybe the Diggy would have been better, but just to deal with CC, but they would have to deal with Lemon's 1-1. But as of yet, the game is about to start, the decider match. Who is going to advance and who is going to bow out? The response has been made. The first ever Kaja here in MSC 2022, played by RRQ. Is it going to work out? I don't know yet. There's just so much uncertainty, but at the same time, the burst potential may work out as the Divine Judgment helps out the Xavier a lot. Whereas EVOS SG going for the Julian in this vicinity, and that is going to be on the jungle once again. Who's going to come on top? Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3, the final game of MSC Playoffs, day number 1. RRQ versus EVOS SG.
This is going to be a huge deciding factor as well as who is going to have to make it and claw their way from that lower bracket. But as you can see here, Albert is going to be playing on the Akai in that jungle position. Now, I have doubts on this, right? I mean, there was so much speculation coming through with this going into the SEA Games. We don't see that much potential coming in from Albert during that time because he doesn't seem really accustomed to this type of hero. But we'll see how this pans out.
You know, the one thing I like about Kaja, and now that we're going to see how this plays out, right? It's his debut. But with Divine Judgment, and then you have it paired up, right? It makes it a little bit easier for the 1-1 to get those weak points off, depending on how you want to drag your opponent that you target. So that's going to be huge. Also, I think a lot of people undervalue the damage coming out from Kaja too. Also, the poke potential that's there. So we'll see how that plays out. This matchup, though, in the bottom lane, right? 1-1 versus Beatrix. I feel like this is a great way to, again, go back to their keys of victory, right? Focus on Adamir. Don't allow him to get, or eventually he's going to get there, but delay it as much as possible.
I don't remember the last time I saw a support Kaja for a very long time. This is like, what, 4, 5, 6 seasons ago? Seems like it is going to work out as an annoyance. We did see a little bit of comeback from Kaja on the XP lane a little bit more, so I was expecting that to happen, but seems like they're comfortable with R7 on the Cho instead of the Kaja, so they just want to keep up pressure against this Grot rather than the Kaja instead.
100%, but now RRQ Hoshi, they're kind of on a timer here because they need to be able to take it as fast as they can, understanding that it is going to be the Sicilian there in that mid side who won't stop scaling. And RRQ Hoshi, with this advantage in that early game, they need to be able to capitalize on this wholeheartedly now that the turtle has already spawned in the Land of Dawn, and it is going to be a huge contest between both teams.
Up as of now, Lemon, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble as well, taking a little bit too much damage. He doesn't have the level 4 yet, but at the same time, the turtle has been contested up top, and RRQ will get an absolute freebie considering that the members of EVOS SG has been pressuring Lemon. So it's not that end of the world, but EVOS SG, they will concede the objectives for now.
I think that's the best thing you can do, right? RQ just going to get that free first turtle. There's really no point for EVOS SG to actually contest that right now. Just play it safe. I mean, this is, you want to get to the late game because like you mentioned, Eterna, that scaling potential for that Sicilian needs to be there because right now, their early game, they're not going to match the damage that RQ has.
Yep, and as of yet, looks like there is going to be a catch-up as well. Sayla is going to get caught out. He manages to flickers out of the heavy spin, but they're over-committed to display. They can't seem to take him down. Eventually, he will bow out. JPL trying his best to keep him alive, but here comes the Divine Judgment. They do catch Adamir. He needs to make a run for it. He's dropping so low. A big wall charge stops him in the track, and Adamir, he survives, but the Dawning Light won't be enough to seal the deal, but it buys enough time for EVOS SG to fight back, and that's going to be a marksman for a marksman, and R7 also on top of it all.
I was going to say that EVO Singapore, they can't play as aggressive as that, but the way that Nick is playing, they can actually be punishing RRQ Hoshi for going in for those engages. And I gotta say, Nick is like a game-changing role here, as now we're gonna take a little look into the emblems.
Man, again, focusing on Nick here, this is, I like to see these aggressive Grok playstyles pounded up. Oh, hold on, the heavy spin right on Adamir. He's going to be in trouble right under the turret. You can't escape that one. They find a kill.
Oh, that was a big kill coming from RRQ Oshi. They needed that kill to actually slow down his progression because that should not have happened in the hands of EVO's SG early on. Like RRQ, they had the big jump, they got the Divine Judgment, they were doing so much in the fight, but it took almost forever to kill Adamir. And with this pickoff, it's going to give them a little bit more space, especially for Lemon to actually scale in towards the game again. And this time, look at this, Lemon, because of that kill, his level 6 is 1 level ahead of Adamir, and this is going to put a dent into his EVO's SG's momentum as of yet.
And you can even tell, even by the gold difference, already 1,000 here in the 4th minute, and it does seem like they are going to be circling around this this turtle as... Oh, but I think EVOs, they might want to actually contest this. Is this going to be a mistake?
Yeah, I agree as well. Lemon is just so low to fight this, but EVOs, they're trying to force reaction. Vin manages to sidestep the Sanguine Claw, but EVOs, they are going to make it work as well. Dawning Light tries to chip at the HP, but it's going to be very difficult. Look at Nick. He's making sure that R7 doesn't catch them off, but EVO's SG here taking a little bit too much damage. RRQ might get a freebie just like that. Looks like EVO's SG might be forced to concede the turtle once again. Numenon Blast comes in, but it's not going to do too much. But oh no! Vin, he gets caught out! He tried to go for a Divine Judgment, but he got caught out by Gear, and because of this, RRQ, they're trapped in this position, and Sayla survives to tell the tale, and the blunder has been made, and RRQ, they got picked off for absolutely nothing.
I'm trying to think about that team fight right there, because I mean, they're slowly getting the lead, right? 3-3. It goes in the hands here, though. Like, most of these kills are going in the hands of Clay, which is your best case scenario right now because, again, you're just buying time for Lemon. But look at the hesitation from EVO's SG, right? And a lot of that is because of the threat of having a Kaja. I think no one wants to get Divine Judgment, right? Not only that, but also that combination of Flicker Divine Judgment is actually really threatening. So you can see it. I mean, that's why he's going in these positions here behind the turret, and they grabbed that turret of the game. The first one, actually.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Gear was just so fast on his fingers, and look at him. He's making sure that Vin doesn't pull that kind of business again, and he's going to try and set up for the team as well. Heavy's being casted into play. RRQ Oshi, they try to save him all, but the rest of Team EVO's SG is going to pop off the back lines, and they get chipped away, and Gear survives in all.
This is crazy, right? RRQ Hoshi, they on paper have the better draft in that early game, but for a reason, it's got to be Nick. He's always able to just capitalize on these movements coming in from RRQ Hoshi. And now, RRQ Hoshi, they were leading in terms of kills, but it has actually been leveled up and even upped a bit for the side of EVO Singapore, even though RRQ Hoshi has had the better trades on those objectives.
Yep. I like how Gear is just playing it as if he's playing it like a Benedetta, right? The beauty about Julian is that it's like a hybrid version of Benedetta, and it's also a hybrid version of a what? I would say a big AoE, I would say roamer to a certain degree as a setup when it comes to those enhanced chains. And so far, he's been mixing it up so cleanly so far. But now, the third turtle coming in, RRQ Oshi is going to be in position once again. But wait, now he goes for the catch, but the wall charge keeps him alive. GP was going to be okay, but it's a tank for a tank. Numenon Blast comes in, it connects on 4, and they cannot do anything. But the heavy spin is going to keep EVO's SG in check, and they have to retreat. But the wall barrier comes in. Elber is going to be able to escape this, but still too close to be called comfort for RRQ Hoshi because they might have dropped the ball. But both sides got to be very happy with this engagement. The only thing they lost out was only the turtle objectives.
But you got to see, I mean, even though they are kind of equaling out in these trades, there aren't any like victims to whatever is happening with those skirmishes, those team fights. RRQ Hoshi, they're getting the better trades on the objectives. And what I mean is that EVO Singapore, they've lost 2 turrets already.
2 turrets, 3 turtles, the gold gap already widening here. I mean, this is tough. This is a tough situation for EVO's SG to be in, but now they're looking for R7 here. 3 members in the top lane. Turret's going to get taken out. There's the Numenon Blast. Oh, R7 need to be able to escape this. That's too much damage coming out, but it's so far so good. Oh, almost. Dawning Light there coming out as well, but they find a kill up top.
Great predictions coming from Gear, anticipating that was pretty much his only way of escaping, even pre-shotting it all the way to allowing the kill in the hands of Adamir. And because of this, they are going to make a little bit more space for the rest of the members of RRQ, because now Lemon is going to take a free tier 2 down bottom. And as of now, the items as of yet, he does have the Corrosion Scythe, he does have the Demon Hunter Sword, and his next item is potentially going to be the Athena Shield to deal with both the Succeedant as well as the Julian.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time for the Sicilian to scale, understanding that only the Clock of Destiny has been secured by him. But once he gets at least that Lightning Truncheon, you will see his damage go up quite spectacularly. Araki Hoshi with once almost a 3,000 gold lead, but wait a minute!
Uh-oh. The Divine Judgment comes in. As soon as we talk about Sailor, he just literally gets picked off. And now Evos, they want to fight this as well. The wall charge connects on the win. They're not too happy about this, but the Barriers comes in. And Lemon looking for the setup with the crossbow tanks is going to scare off Evos SG. They will respect this axe as they back off. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but they've lost their mage, Adamir. Clearing off the minions, but the Lord is coming away. Lemon looking for the proc here. Might be in a little bit of trouble. He might actually die to this. Lemon is looking for the chase, and here comes R7 from the side with the assist. They take down the jungler, and now the Lord is up for grabs. No retribution contest whatsoever.
Yeah, we can see that. And now it's going to be Araki Hoshi with the extra space here to be able to take this Lord. I don't know what happened. I thought Vin made a big mistake, but R7 is just so good with the flanks and is so good at those pickoffs. And Evo Singapore, they need to be able to anticipate these kind of movements coming in from R7.
I definitely agree. There was a big mistake coming from Evo's SG, but at the same time, who could blame him? Like, every single time Vin goes for this engagement, it's just so unpredictable, and Ceylan was just caught in the wrong side, and there was just one small mistake in terms of position that allowed RRQ to benefit and punish from this. And even so, they are only 3.5k beat ahead, and now they are going to force the issue. Vin is going to get caught out, but does he go down? No, he does not. Albert saves the day with his Arkai. He keeps them all in check, and Lemon is going crazy with the crossbow tanks. Everyone from Evo's SG is crumbling to pieces, but it's not over yet. As long as Adamir is alive, RRQ respects the threat that he brings to the table.
I feel like RRQ has pretty much Evos SG right where they want them. I mean, they're winning some skirmishes here and there, but you have to look at the objectives, right? It's the objective game after all. So they're happy with grabbing that, pretty much all the turtles. They've got those 4 turrets. They had that first Lord. They're finding the space around the map, buying time, because notice, Sayla has died 3 times, right? This is a mage that needs time to scale. You have to be alive to get those stacks to scale. And right now, RQ Hoshi is exactly countering that from happening. That's what Vin is doing. He is finding Sayla, whether that's the Divine Judgment with the Flicker or not, he's taking that out of the picture. So it's delaying that power spike longer and longer for Evos SG. They need to work around that or find some form of hope here to get back into this game, because the gold lead will continue to build and build and build, and those cooldowns become lower and lower.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is going to be a very difficult situation for both the teams, especially coming from Evos as well, as the timers are slowly ticking away. Gear, as of yet, he's been doing very, very well, but can he replicate the same situation as he did with Benedetta? Can he make enough space to buy time for both Sayla, Sicilian, as well as Adamir's Beatrix?
But remember, it is already 12 minutes in, so they do need to just get a little bit more time, and that actually might be achievable. I don't want to count Evo's SG out just yet, because like we saw in that previous game, Evo Singapore, even though the odds are stacked against them, they do have the way to kind of come back in this sort of situation. But it does seem for the moment that Araki Hoshi has the better terms of clear and wave manipulation, and they might just be able to capitalize on that in that mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This could be a very, very difficult situation to be in. But let's take a look at the damage dealt so far coming in from both these teams so far. Clay is hitting 41,000. Adamir is not doing too bad himself. So this is going to be 2 important player heroes to watch out when it comes to doing damage in terms across of the team fights. But what is really surprising for me was that Gear is actually below the Archive, which is not what I was expecting at all.
Not only that, but you saw the damage of Sayla, right? That's what I was pointing out earlier. They are stopping him from getting to the point that he needs to. He was just above Lolita. So that's going to be a little bit of a bad news bears for them. But right now they're going to head and start up the Lord. It's lower than half health. Meanwhile, R7 with the Way of the Dragon just trying to get his attention on him. Flickers out. Lord's going to be taken here. 4.3k gold ahead. Conceal Play going to come out. Vin finding the target. Finds Adamir. There goes Albert with a heavy spin on top of JPL. He's in trouble. Lemon takes quite a bit of damage returning, and he has to back off as well. They don't lose anyone just yet. They have to run away. They do have the Lord going to be marching down. Donny Light's going going to come out. JPL's pretty low. Gear has the immortality, but he's still going to be fine. They find the CC. Nick, you got to get out of there, buddy. Flickers out. Everybody is still alive.
Oh, that was a huge play coming from both these teams, especially coming from Adamir as well. He got caught up with the Divine Judgment and the Heavy Spin, and in a brief moment, he was able to flicker across the wall, get out of the situation, and re-engage. But it's just so unfortunate that he could not continue the fight because Clay's Dawning Light just completely hit on him. And even so, it was just a great response from both teams.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi, they really are trying to get really and way more aggressive now that we are entering the later stage of the game. A 4,000 gold lead, they are going to be able to pick up another turret in that mid side, the top side, as the Lord is going to be marching there in that bottom side.
And yeah, and then bottom side as well, the Lord is going to be knocking in. Evo's SG, they have to figure a way because it's all tallied up. Vin still has the Divine Judgment as well, but he doesn't have the flicker. It's only 30 seconds on the side, so this might be an opportunity for Evos to try and punish any sort of mistakes. But now, with the Dawning Light coming in, they are not going to be able to do too much here. Still trying to bait some sort of reactions, and Nick is just taking a little bit too much from this, but seems like RQ, they're playing the safe card once again.
I don't know, this feels a little too deja vu for me for game number 2. I mean, this is the exact same spot that we saw RRQ Hoshi as well as Evo Singapore be in until Evo Singapore was able to just bait a lot of time from RRQ Hoshi because they are playing really safe.
The Dawning Light starting to hit like a truck. I feel like Evo's SG, they gotta play like game number 2 in terms of itemization and progression. Adamir as well as Sayla can't exactly tank the Dawning Light burst as well. So they need to be very smart in their places of choice to actually take a fight as of yet.
I mean, at this point, all they can do, Sayla has to get stacked, and that's pretty much going to be done from the base. The initiation comes out. Gear does have no immortality, not going to be committed on just yet. Nick trying to find a setup. Lemon could be in trouble. Divine Judgment, not just yet. There's the heavy spin. They're trying to zone them out. Gear, you're going to be in trouble right here. Gets slammed into. Immortality's going to be popped. Adamir also really low. The bad impact. They find one here. Gear goes down. RRQ. 6K gold lead ahead. Oh my goodness, the snipe!
Clay! He just saw everything. He knew exactly what was happening. The minions were pushing onto his Evo's SG. They had no choice but to back out instead of committing because the minions are just shoved in. This is just so unlucky, but well played to RRQ Hoshi. That was a beautiful execution coming in from Clay. That completely shocked us all.
Yeah, 2 members taken down right now, and RRQ Hoshi will have the space to claim this next Lord. But what I wanted to highlight from that previous team fight was the way that Albert used his heavy spin to be able to cancel the Numnon Blast coming in from Evo Singapore. And that was just a huge momentum for RRQ Hoshi because of that lack of CC that could have potentially lost RRQ Hoshi that team fight.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is anyone's game as of yet, but I feel like RRQ Hoshi is in prime position to close up a game unless, I don't want to jinx it, unless Evo's SG decides to stall it out for a maybe, like you said as well, 40-minute game? It could happen.
60.
Really, 60?
I think they're going to need maybe 15 minutes or so here minimum because at this point, RQ so far ahead in the gold lead, now going to be marching into the base. It is exposed. Top turret's going to be taken out. Focusing on the Lord, taking quite a bit of damage. There's the pull. Divine Judgment plus the Dawning Light. It's just way too much for Evo CSG to handle. Can they defend this one? RQ going in. They find another target. Immortality's going to be popped. JPL, goodbye. Now the focus on Adamir. He's trying to get something. Finds one. Another Dawning Light comes out. Vid trying to get the target. Focusing on the crystal, and they're going to do it. RRQ taking game number 3.
A bigger, a badder, RRQ Hoshi, Kings of the Galaxy, going to start their journey there in the upper brackets.
Oh, that was such a close call indeed, but RRQ, they managed to defend and hold out this series. They've learned their lessons, but still, you can see the size of reliefs coming from RRQ. A big smile coming from Lemon.
Exactly. I have to highlight that. We don't see Lemon smiling ever. So when Lemon smiles, now that's a huge feat. That means that they are feeling something.
Yeah, doesn't he have an emoji, like
yes.
an emote?
With a straight face.
That reminded me of it right there.
Yes,
I bet he was smiling. Yeah, it's nice to see him smile. He deserves it. I mean, what a game there, because it was pretty surgical. I mean, again, the target there was to focus on Sayla, keep him from pretty much scaling into the late game, and they did exactly that. And that was also a lot of work from Vin.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Win just played so much thing to work as well. Initially, we thought it wasn't actually going to work out, but eventually they found that right opportunity with Win. And well done to them, but let's take a look at what the analyst has to say about that matchup, because there was a lot to take for this match. But well done to RRQ. Analyst, take it away.
Congratulations to RRQ Hoshi for taking that win, stretching it to Game 3 and dominating that last game. Now here we are. Hi R7, congratulations! And here with me is Gabby, our translator. Now, first, R7, let's talk about what happened. Game 1, you guys did amazing. But Game 2, it reached 37 minutes, 44 seconds. Let's talk about how stressful was that game for you?
Yeah, late game is normal lah for us. We already through that before against Alter Ego in MPL Indonesia. So it's normal for us.
Oh, 37 minutes
Yeah.
and 44 seconds. That's pretty normal. All right. So let's talk about game number 3. Because it's a lot different from what happened in game number 2. You finished that in about 16 plus minutes, just under 17 minutes. And your opponent didn't really break any turrets. Before coming into game 3, what was the huddle like when you went inside? What were the coaches saying? What were you saying to your players? Let's talk about the discussion that happened there, because you were a different person there.
Before we start the game 3, we just our coach talked to us like more confident. It's just a little mistake the draft on the second game. So yeah, just that's it.
So being more confident, and you just talked about the draft.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I don't think we're gonna need a translator here. It's pretty good. Now tomorrow you're gonna be going up against Dodak. They want to defend their home turf. If you were to change something that you did today, what would that be?
I don't know. Let's see. Todak, yeah, they have a good player lah.
Yeah? Who's, yeah, lah.
Yeah,
Who's-
all of them.
All of them. If you were to pick one really threatening player, one player that's you think, oh man, this is gonna give us a problem, who would that be?
For
And
me,
why? Oh.
XP lane.
And why is that?
Yeah, it's because I fight against him
Ah.
later.
The worthy opponent. Now we have 1.6 million watching this tournament right now, MSC 2022. And for sure, a lot of them are Indonesian because you guys are the most popular team in the world right now. What is your message to the 1.6 million people watching and all those supporting you from Indonesia?
Can I speak with my bahasa?
Oh, go ahead. Now I'm gonna need you after.
Ya, buat dukungan dari kalian semuanya di Indonesia, terima kasih banyak. Kita berhasil melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Semoga kita bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik ke depannya. Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you for all the support from Indonesia. We will go to the next stage and we need all your support from Indonesia. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know you're tired. Go ahead, go with your team, have some dinner. Congratulations. We'll be seeing you in the upper bracket semis. And thank you, Gabby. Thank you. Wow. He's one of the nicest guys in MLBB. Now let's turn it over to our analysts, Leo and Gideon.
Thank you, Mara. That was an exciting game, Leo. Give me 5.
I
Thank you
love
very
it.
much.
R7 is always just super fun to watch. He's a great guy. Love him on the battlefield. Love him even more in real life. It took us, what, a total of 3 hours just to get through that one best of 3.
It really was. It really was a hard-fought battle. Game 2 especially, but coming into Game 3, I think the words that coach simply put, gain confidence. Do what you got to do. Small mistakes, doesn't matter. Simple words make so much difference for RRQ.
And with that, they stay in the upper bracket.
It feels good.
Let's check out the items that got them to this victory. Again, they are at 100% win rate. Vin debuted the Kaja here at MSC 2022. Looking at Lemon. Lemon played his heart out, man. They took away his Irithel, and he still came back strong with a 1-1, which is, again, definitely the flavor of the tournament, but still in the face of EVOS SG, whose players are all just, right now they're heating up. They're already hot.
Yeah, I think they're really hot as well. And personally, I think it was a bit of a mistake because, again, 1-1 is just one of those few heroes that you cannot just let through towards the draft. And I really thought that Adamir would get his hands on the 1-1, to be honest, because he played it in his local league. And I'm surprised that he wasn't able to show it on the international stage and instead went to the safe pick of the Beatrix.
He's been Beatrix all day.
Yeah.
But one more hero, one more player I'd like to talk about. Albert, super impressed with the Sakai.
Right?
I remember the last time we saw the Sakai was at the SEA Games. To that silver medal finish, but here tonight, oh yo, it's looking like a championship Akai.
I mean, it's looking great. He's got so many picks so many times, and I think one of the biggest problems that RRQ was facing was when EVOS SG was stalling them, right? When you were getting massive picks, Albert especially getting 2 locked against the wall, sometimes even 3. EVOS SG, again, held back enough and didn't allow the rest of RRQ Hoshi to actually continue punishing them under it. So sometimes they walk away with 0 kills. It's crazy.
And what else is amazing is the damage that RRQ puts on the table is not just damage for the sake of it. Because looking at the lineup, the 1-1, even she has CC. Everyone has CC to speak of. So even if there is nothing gotten on the map, it allows RRQ to have a presence via their minions that they can get to eventually, and then it converts into just a presence. Again, this last game was so clean. This last game, they have been knocking on to EVOS SG's base almost by the mid-game spike, and then the rest is history.
Exactly. The confidence was especially key because RRQ was playing super passive in game number 2 and not really making as many plays compared to EVOS SG. But in game number 3, RRQ was taking a lot of that initiative. R7, whether it was Vin as well, they were looking for picks 24/7. They didn't give EVOS SG enough room to breathe. But even EVOS SG was still trying to pick up as many kills as they can to try and even out that score.
Because their lineup is built to deal damage in the mid-game, and then eventually rely on Sayla, on the Sicilian. Let's highlight how much damage R7 took. R7 on that XP lane show. This build from the XP lane that is a little more tanky was made popular in the World Championships last year, M3. Now, it's basically an R7 special. I honestly haven't seen much XP laners do this, and he's one of those guys that I look up to and say, yeah, dude, once he's in a team fight, he demands your attention. The Lolita, the Grok, instead of going for the softies, they have to think, yo, where's R7? Where's R7?
Yeah, and especially since EVOS SG's lineup really depends on initiation and protection and peel. Those are the 2 key heroes that cannot get knocked out of the way. So, with that being said here, with the compositions and with the results that we have so far, I think RRQ is in prime position to keep on moving forward in this upper bracket.
And tomorrow they are facing off against Todak. They're going to need their MVP here to step up. They need to leverage every single advantage they have. They are on foreign soil. Todak has that going for them. Let's give it over. And call our MVP over. It's Clay, 4-0-8. There's something about savers in MSC.
Yes.
It's either... It's hard, it's very difficult for them, but for the best kinds of savers, they just don't die.
I love the way Clay plays the game. He's super consistent, and it feels like he just does not miss a beat. And